4Sight, you can then do those kind of tasks as well. The key features are main asset management. So all the assets that you have, all the instruments, sensors, transmitters, um, you create in 4Sight, and you give it a date. So you tell, okay, I calibrate this sensor every 6 months, and once you do it, 4Sight will control everything. So that is what we call automatic workload scheduling. And this is very important because if you have many assets, 4Sight will tell you exactly when they are due. You don't have to worry about, keeping track of all the dates, keeping track of all the calibrations, and keeping track of who does it, who approves it. All of that is software driven. So it's a huge relief from work management perspective. Secondly, on the calibration front, it integrates with GE drug calibrators. Well, I have to change this. We are no longer GE now. So it's Baker Hughes drug, or you can just call drug calibrators. And we are trying to make this software as paperless as possible. So which means minimal or no use of paper. If you use it properly, then you shouldn't be required to generate any paper record, and that is great because everything stays electronical. Yeah, and which means you can generate the reports anytime you want. Just log into the software. That's it. It's audit ready, which means anytime you have audits, inspections, you can either yourself show the data to the auditor, or you can even give them access as a read-only user to the system. We have different flexible calibration methods depending upon what scenario you use. So you can either do in-field calibrations, or you can do lab like calibrations in a workshop. So we call it automated calibration workflow. You can also use, let's say, for example, you have some instruments which you use third-party calibrators. We have a manual calibration workflow just for that. However, we recommend that with the drug instruments, you would get maximum benefit because those are the instruments which would are completely integrated in the system. It is web-based. Uh, you must have seen the software before, I'm sure, and it runs on Google Chrome, and it's quite easy. You have to install it on one server, and if you have multiple computers, multiple technicians, you can easily connect to 4Sight too. It's scalable. Tomorrow, if we start with, I think based on what package you buy, we either give out 3 users or 5 users if it's an advanced package. However, if later on 6 months you say, okay, I need 10 more users, we can easily scale it. We don't have to do any installations, anything like that. All we'll do is we'll give you a new license key with 5 more users. You upload it, and that's it. You get 5 more users. It's that easy. It's completely customizable, meaning that, okay, fine. Tomorrow, if you have decided to purchase a basic version and then you want to upgrade to standard package or advanced package, you can easily do that as well. We don't have to install or uninstall anything. All we do is give you a new license key that will activate those features on your existing 4Sight installation. So that way it's quite good. Now let's go into the feature demo straight away. So I won't waste more time.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yes, please. Yeah.
The previous one. Yes, this one. What is the? I did not understand this feature. Manual calibrations with third party.
Oh, okay. Calibration feature with third party. Yes. Okay. Well, this feature is like I'll show it to you later on. I'll show how to do a manual cal. In the just to let you know, we have 3 different calibration workflows in 4Sight. First is manual calibration, which means basically you use an instrument you want and manually enter the data one by one for every calibration. That's the manual calibration workflow. And the reason why we have that is because many times, there are certain instruments that are calibrated using sophisticated, like for example, a good example is gas bottles. If you have a gas detector, or if you are a gas company, you normally use gas bottles to calibrate your analyzers or gas detectors. Now we don't use Genie for that. Yeah, it's a type of instrument that is completely ad hoc. So what they do is they'll manually create the gas bottle as an test equipment or a calibrator in 4Sight, and they will perform the calibration and manually enter the calibration data in 4Sight. That is what we mean by manual calibration. Yeah,
Okay, it's
yeah.
clear now.
Okay, okay. So let's move ahead. Then we have this is my sequence that I'll be following. So I'll show you the navigations. We'll look at asset management. We'll take this one by one. Proceed. And ahead, you're recording the session, yeah? So this is good. So we can actually share the recording so they can refer to it.
Yes.
Procedure, routines, and then we'll look at more advanced workflows on the right-hand side, which are calibrations. And in particular, I'll show you portable calibration because you are going to use a Genie. That's what I've heard. That would be more relevant. And then I'll show you a manual as well, just in case if you have to use it sometime. And we'll show some other aspects like data migration service or maybe how to enter the data quickly in 4Sight too. So let's see. Let's go to 4Sight. Let me open my screen just a minute. Bear with me. I'll share my screen again. I think I stopped sharing. Okay. So when you install 4Sight, yeah, you get a desktop shortcut like this with 4Sight written. If you double click, it would open up in your Google Chrome browser. Now, yeah, we have language selections because this is a global software and we do keep on expanding to different regions, different languages. So, but by default, it's set to English. And then the latest release is 1.5. That's the latest software that we have just launched 6 months ago. And once you log in, you see a dashboard. Now, before going into navigation, I would like to speak about this. This dashboard is like a standard snapshot that everyone gets once they log in. And all it tells you is basically how many total instruments you have and different statuses of the instruments. Uh, on the right hand side, it's the same principle, but here it tells you about the instrument, the calibration equipment that you have and what is the status of the calibration equipment. This is a nice high level view that you get, and it is quite handy, especially if you are trying to judge what's the asset health. So asset health, if you are a typical plant, you would want it to be 100% all the time, especially during audits, which means that, okay, everything is done and dusted. All assets are in past state, which means the calibrations, and there are no failures, at least that you would take care of. If there are any failures, then you would normally correct them. So that's the goal. And the same with test equipment. What is there? You would like to have 100% availability if you are planning a shutdown or maybe a calibration week or something like that. So it tells you if you have majority of the instrument in use, then you can't really do much, isn't it? So you either have to free some equipments or maybe get some equipments. So that is just to give you that indication. To navigate it, and this is again this is the user that I've logged in. I've logged in as a technician. You can log out and re-log in using different user or change the password of the current user. So that is here on the top right hand side. The navigation bar is here. You can minimize this if you need more. If you have, like, let's say a smaller computer screen or something like that, you can minimize it and then expand it whenever you have to go to the options. Now let us see this one by one. So the main, this has been, we have kind of laid this in a logical order. So the important ones are on the top, the less relevant ones are at the bottom. So that is how we have, just a minute, let me, yeah, see. Yeah. So let us see these one by one. Now, all the instruments data that is present under assets. So if I go to assets, it tells me all the instruments that I have in my plant. So this is all the tags, all the ranges, and when they are due. So due dates, statuses, and calibration statuses. So it tells me this status tells me when they are due or they're on time or they are overdue, meaning they have passed their calibration period. This one is due on September 2020. Yeah. And then here, this status column tells me the calibration status, whether the calibration is in progress or whether the calibration is passed or whether it's ad hoc or whether it needs calibration. That is what you'll need. So two status columns. And you have serial number, location. You can add more columns. So it's quite flexible, this particular view. If you don't want any columns from this list, you can take them out. You can add more columns. You can change the order as well. You can move stuff right, left, filter as well. So it's quite flexible. Then in addition to this table, there is one more representation of assets. Now that is here in the asset management. So if I click here, you would see a tree structure. So this is my enterprise. These are my plants, and this is my these are the locations. So under Group B plant, I have unit A. Under unit A, I have block 1, and then I have a pressure transmitter. So this is quite flexible. You can design it any way you want based on your plants. You can design maybe if you have multiple sites, then you can do it site 1, site 2, site 3. If the sites have different areas, like hazardous area, maybe you can have areas within sites and then create it. It's quite flexible. Um, so let us create a new plant now, and I'll show you how to, create a sample tag. So this toolbar is what we use to create the tag. So if you click on enterprise, it will tell you that you can create a plant. So the rest are blocked because you can't create the rest directly under enterprise. So all you can do is create a plant. So this is a key here. So let us click on this create plant button, and I will give it a name. Won't fill out the address. You can leave them blank or maybe add them later on. And this is my plant created. So one plant created successfully. You can see this is the plant. And within this plant, I can maybe have different sections. I mean, you can help me out. I mean, how do you have different sections? Any data I can get, like sample maybe within the plant?
नहीं होता है ये स्टेप बाय स्टेप ही होगा पहले प्लांट की लोकेशन एनआर प्लांट के नाम से लगता है और जो रिक्वायर्ड पीरियड में डैश डालते हैं डैश ये वाले भी डैश है ये
So maybe I can use location 1 as a generic,
लोकेशन ये
or location 2. Click on add new, location 3, create. So what happens is I have created 3 locations within this plant. And then under location 1, what I'll do is, now if you see, now the menus are changing. Yeah. So if I select plant, then there are different menus. If I select location, then there are some more menus come up. So within a location, you can either create a tag or directly create a device. Yeah. So if I create a tag, I will put temperature transmitter 1. This is my tag. You can create multiple tags within a location. However, once you create a tag, you can only create one instrument within a tag. So you can see the hierarchy now. Under plant, I have location one, tag one, and under tag, I will create a device now. So this is the create device button. Now this is where I will enter the actual transmitter details. So I'll say it's a critical transmitter. It is a temperature transmitter, and you can give a date when this was last serviced or last calibrated, and you can give a device ID, asset ID. If there are some other naming conventions that you use, you can give it. Device type is temperature, and manufacturer, you can use any manufacturer. We have a list of most manufacturers. If something is not in the list, you can add it. Yeah, so I'll show it later to you. So I'll put a temperature here, and I'll put a serial number. Now these are the fields which we use to define any, are there any warnings? Yeah, yeah, any PPE requirements, maybe PPE recommendations. You can put it there. Any pre-calibration notes. So let's say if a technician is calibrating the transmitter and he has to follow certain sequence. So this is the isolation sequence steps. And these are the post calibration notes. What are the post calibration notes meaning? Uh, check this. So this is visibility check, damage check, and we have yeah. So you can do some inspections here. Yeah, you can put the questions here. So while you are doing a calibration, check if the transmitter is visibly intact, check if all the valves are open, check if there is any damage, check if the it's leaking or anything like that. And you can add these checks in the post cal notes. Okay, and I'm going to create this temperature transmitter. So this is my temperature transmitter. And for this, finally, if you note here, we haven't defined the range for the transmitter yet. That is what we are going to do now. That's the last step. So if you see, we create location, we have created device, and now we'll create a range. So for that, I will select my device and click on create range, which is this button here. And then here, I'm going to give this a range. So this is a 0 to 100 degrees C, 2 to 20 milliamp transmitter. So I'll select linear, I'll select temperature, I'll select, yeah, let's select it as RTD, uh, 0, 100 degrees. You can actually, I have an RTD example already, so I'll leave this as a normal temperature transmitter, 0 to 100 degrees C. And your output would be 4 to 20 milliamps, isn't it? It's electrical. So that's your transmitter. Now, this is where you can define a pass-fail criteria. So once you are calibrating, I want the tolerance to be 0.5%, and I want the adjustment tolerance. So we have two types of tolerance. One is your pass-fail, and another adjustment. Uh, Normally, the adjustment is less, so I would say it would be around 3, less than the pass-fail tolerance. And this is where finally we are giving this transmitter a calibration routine. So I have already routines in my list: 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Um, just for the sake of demo, what I'll do is I'll say, okay, I want to calibrate this now, today. So I'll change it to 1 day. Yeah. If you don't have anything in the list, you can create new. Yeah. So click on create new. You can give a name like maybe 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, something like that here. And then create a routine and then give interval as whatever interval. If it's 3, you can give it in days and months. So if it's 3 years, then we'll give 36 months. So we convert them into months. And then we give some buffer before and after the due date. So maybe 5 days buffer before, 5 days buffer after. So that is the tolerance. And then you click create. So a new routine would be created, 18 months. Okay, and you have the remaining in the list. But just I wanted to make this due now today for the demo. So I'll use 1 day. And what I will select is now here, this is the calibration procedure. So what this means is if you are calibrating this transmitter, do you want to perform a 5-point cal, 3-point cal, you define it. So I will say I want to perform a 5-point cal. So if you see in the list, we already have some procedures. If you don't have the procedures, you can create new procedure here and link it. So give the procedure a name. And we have two types of procedures, a proportional test and a switch test. So if I will select a proportional because this transmitter is linear, yeah, and I will define the number of points. So 2 is a minimum number of points. However, I can define 3 up down maybe, or 3 up, 3 down. So it would go 0, 50%, 100%, 50%, 0%. Yeah, so it's like a up test, down test as well. Or you can do 5 up, 5 down, depending upon whatever the sequence you need, you define it. This is defined in a percentage, and then the 4Sight would automatically calculate the test points when you are calibrating this transmitter. So for this particular demo, just to keep it short, what I'll do is I'll select 3 points up. Yeah, so 0%, 50%, 100%. You define a tolerance for the test point. So I will define 2%. This is for the test point, yeah. And this is transmit a calibration procedure. You create it. So you assign it. So you say one day the procedure is assigned, and then finally you assign a technician and a supervisor. Now, at this point, yeah, if you do not have the users already created here, you can leave it, it's optional. So I will show you later on how to assign technician and supervisor. It's very easy. You can either do it on the screen or do it on the asset screen. Okay, so we'll click on,
can you please wait so that we can also follow on our computer?
sure, sure. Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, let me,
Okay. In the beginning, you talked about recording the session. Are you recording it, or we should record it?
no, we are recording it. Ahead is recording it.
Okay.
We are doing it.
You will share it after the session is over.
Yes, yes, we will share.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem. Yeah.
We are creating the procedure and we'll let you know in a few minutes.
Sure. Yeah.
Transfer elevation procedure. Proportional. 3 point what are? 3 up, 3 down. 3 up, 3 down. 3 up, 3 down. Okay, so we have completed. You can continue.
Sure. Okay. So uh, do you have any users created? You shouldn't have any users at the minute, right? So we need two users in software. Do you have any users in the list?
No, we have just installed a new software, and so we do not have
Perfect.
any.
Okay, okay, that's fine. So what we'll do is I'll show it to you later on. So now you can create the range, and once you do it, you will have a range created in the list. Yeah,
Yes.
is following. Okay, perfect. And what you would then do is, yeah. So this is how you create assets basically. Uh, Depending upon your locations, then you would have a transmitter. Now, this is one way of creating assets. I will show you later on. There is another way where you can actually create it in an Excel sheet and upload it. That is a bit tricky, but then that would be useful if you're uploading like too many assets, maybe 500, 1000 number of assets. Yeah. We use that tool for data migration. So that would be handy as well. Now, what you can quickly do is we also have a copy paste. You can copy the tag. So if I copy this particular tag, and you can then in location one itself, if you go to location one, you can paste using the paste button, and that should create a paste. Okay, the name size is between 1 and 25. I've given a long name, so I'll edit the name of my device. I'll give it a short name. Maybe I'll just say temp transmitter. So, and then try. So now if I copy the tag, go to location one, paste, you should get then a copy of the same asset. So you can paste it any number of times. So you have temperature transmitters, identical devices, exactly as same as this particular transmitter. All you then have to do is you can rename them and get rid of the copy thing. Yeah, that is all you have to do. So go here, edit, and maybe this is temperature transmitter 2, go to device, give the right serial number, and then also in the range you can just need to change the name and save it. You have to then link the routine and procedure accordingly. Say update it. So you can create copies and update it. That's also another way of creating exactly same identical assets. You just have to change few fields, to make it unique.
Okay, can you please show the copy step again, because we are not getting any paste option.
Yeah. So if you select the tag, yeah, select the tag. And once you
Yes.
select the tag, you would have these three options come up. So the
Yes.
first one is copy.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Copy.
click on copy, and
Yes.
you should see an item copy. It is marked for copy. Yeah. This little box here. Click
Okay.
OK. Yeah. And then if you go to location, so go to location one or maybe location three, which is empty at the moment. There's nothing in location three. Yeah. And then
Okay.
you will see a paste option here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So yes. So
We
yeah,
are
if you
getting.
get an yeah, if you get an error, what you have to do is just shorten the name. So because it appends this copy text, it needs certain space. So go to the tag, go to the device, and just shorten the name. So what I have done is I have given temperature TRX, just a short name, and then it should work. That's the only
Assets. Assets. Can you please just a moment?
yeah. I'll wait. Yeah, no problem.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, yes, we are following now.
Perfect. Yeah. So if you give a short name and then repeat the copy paste, it will allow you to paste then. Yeah.
Repeat.
So go to your
Location two.
tag,
It's already paste. Please complete.
location 2, then you
Please
can
complete.
create paste. Yeah. So it will say asset successfully pasted.
Yes.
You can do it multiple times. I mean, just because, yeah, you can do it 3, 4 times. Yeah. So that is one way of doing it. So this is how you create an asset. Now let's see what's in the list. So we we saw navigation menu structure, asset management, asset list. So we are on the asset list now. This is the asset view. So on the assets menu, you have asset list and you have work list. Yeah. Now let's go to work list. Now work list is something which is specific to user. So it tells the current user how many items are there in his work list. Now you won't have any items in the work list because you haven't assigned yet, isn't it? So your work list will be empty at the minute.
Yes, it's empty.
Yeah. So now what we'll do is let's assign something to the user, to this user, the logged in user. And now for that, we'll have to first create a user. So I'm going to just go ahead a little bit, 3, 4 steps. And if you go to resources, you would see users selected and you will see one user here, which is admin maybe. Let us create one more user. So to do that, you go to actions and create add new user and you would give the name. This is the ID, so either it will be tech or you can use any convention. That's fine. I will create tech Groovy plant. This is the name of the plant. And then you can give it a first name, last name. I'll give my initials PR and email p.r@bh.com and password. Mobile number is optional, so you don't have to give it. So password is any. Yeah. And
Yes.
then once, okay, make sure the password is matching. Yeah. And then you can either leave it enterprise. Yeah. And then if this is a technician, right, then you would have to choose the right access to this, depending upon what kind of user you are creating. Is it a normal technician? Then select the technician from the list. Yeah. If it's a supervisor or an approver, then you have to select approver from the list. If he's an administrator, then you select administrator. Yeah. So it depends on what role the user needs. Yeah. So if you are created, this is a technician for me. So what I will do is select a technician from the list and then create the user finally. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. So you should see the user in the list now. So in 4Sight, yeah, we need minimum 2 users. Yeah. So we need minimum 2 users. One is the administrator or the supervisor, and another is a technician. The reason why we have done this is because we have divided roles for different users. So technician is the one who will perform the calibration, supervisor approves the calibration, or administrator does all the other admin stuff, like maybe he will do backups, database backup, he will do report templates, he'll upload new templates, he will upload license file, all of that. So we need 2 users. Now, what I want you to do is go to assets and you will see one item in the list, the one which you have created. And then if you select that item, you have a button to assign here at the bottom. So select the new technician in the first drop down. So I will select tech Groovy plant and I will then also select the admin user, which is the current user. Yeah. So this is the technician, the admin is the approver, and you assign. Yeah. Okay. So you do that, and then you would see the assignment is successful.
Uh, just a moment, please.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Right. Sign up user. Admin. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, you got the assignment. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Perfect. Now what we'll do is, you have assigned it to the technician, isn't it? However, you are logged in as a different user. If you see here. So I want you to log out now and log in as a technician. So that is your technician group, your user tech group. This is my one. Yeah. So once you log in as a technician, you would now see one item here, which is due, isn't it, in your list? Because you have assigned one item to the technician. Or
Can you
what
show?
you can check. Yeah, it doesn't show.
No, not right now.
Okay. Can you on the assets page, can you see anything in the work list?
Work list. No, there's nothing in the work list.
Okay. So what is the username that you have used here on the top right?
This is tech, TECH.
Tech. Okay, perfect. Now leave the window open. What you do is go to Google Chrome, open another incognito window here, this option.
Yes.
Okay, now you should see something like this, like a black window. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Open 4Sight then. You can just type localhost 8083 4Sight and it would open. This is the URL.
Yes. Local host. ये दूसरा login है. Colon 8083.
Yeah. Or simply you can copy paste it from the previous window as well. That is fine as well from the other Google Chrome.
Okay. Yes. Open now.
Yes. Okay. Now log in as the admin user, the other user, yeah, not the tech, the main user.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now just to check whether the assignment has happened properly, what we will do is I will go to assets. Now I'm admin. Yeah, this is the admin user. Yeah, other user. Go to assets, and then what you can do is you can create. If you can see here, this view like this. Click on this custom view button. Yeah, and then what would happen is I want you to drag this assign to in the list. Yeah. So you can see who is the technician and who is the approver for this particular range.
Column organizer. Okay. ये खाली वही होगा. Approval or assign to one.
Assigned. Yeah. You can put it
Assign.
anywhere. I mean, the sequence doesn't matter. Yeah.
So then, yeah.
Okay. That's done. Now give it a name so we can call it. This is the work assignment.
Click करके update करना. ये होगा. Click करके update.
You know.
Click करके update. Click करना ये इसके ऊपर. Approval पर click करना. Approval पर click करना. Click करना. Okay, can you please show again how we can add columns?
Yeah, just drag it. So go to this button here,
Yes,
open,
yes.
you'll get a list like this, and all you have to do is select the column and drag it over. So just drag it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
From
drag
height to
and
the
drop. Yeah, press down the mouse left key and then just move the key across, and then you would, wherever you want to place it, just leave it. It will drop it there. You can do maximum 8 columns. Yeah, so if it's not allowing you, that means you already have 8 columns. So you have to, then what you do is just remove some columns to the left, and then you can drag new columns. So yeah, so if, let's say, if this is if you have 8 out of 8 here, then you have to move some columns to the right. So maybe you can move the due date to the right or serial number to the right, so you'll have more space here. And then drag whichever columns you want, like status, state, or you want the device information, so you can drag it depending upon. I think the most common one is tag, so you would need the tag. You would need a serial number. So I have already 8, so I'll maybe take device out, and then put serial number in. So tag serial number range assigned to technician approver, and the state. Oh, well, I don't need status, so I'll just keep this view status and cal state.
gas
So this.
tax number range. You can check tax. You can check tax of tax number range assigned to approval status gas status. Okay, okay. Yes, okay.
Okay. Now give any name here, and then click on add. So it would save this in the database.
Okay.
Yeah.
Layout
So
now.
okay, so that becomes your view. So this is you can see here what is the status of that asset. Now, can you see any items in the list? Do you have one item? Yeah, you should have one item.
In the work list.
No, not the work list, the normal assets, the assets window.
Yes. In the assets, we have one instrument and the other one are copies.
Oh, perfect. So one instrument, who is the assigned to for that?
Assigned to is tech and approver is admin.
Perfect. And the status, it's on time.
Yes, on time and carry status passed.
Past. Yeah, yeah. That is the reason it's not showing in the work list, because it is telling that the asset is not yet due. Its time is, maybe you have chosen a long routine, isn't it? You maybe added 1 year or 6 months routine. That's why it is telling that it's not due yet, which is fine. However, that then takes me to another workflow, which is ad hoc calibration. So what you can do in this case is leave this window open, just minimize it, and you can go back to the technician window now. uh, and here you will see the same thing. You will see maybe you won't see the all the columns, but you will see the same asset. Now let's say I'll give you a scenario like this. This asset is on time, yeah, it's not due yet. However, if there is some emergency with this transmitter, it breaks down or starts leaking, and you have to calibrate it now, all you have to do is select the asset on the asset screen and forcefully add it in worklist using this button, add to worklist. So there is a button here. So if you go to assets, select it and click add to worklist, then that item would be then in your worklist as ad hoc. So you can try that.
Yes, it's now appearing.
Yes, now appearing. Fine. So this is what, if you go to dashboard now, it will tell you that you have one ad hoc item here in your dashboard. So it is telling the technician that you have to calibrate that asset. It's something wrong with it. Yeah. So
Yes.
what we have just done is the admin user has created one asset and he has successfully assigned it to technician. So you can similarly assign it to more than one technicians. You can actually create groups assign it to technician 1, technician 2, technician 3, and they would see in their work list all of them. Yeah. Now let's move on. So we saw what the assets is, we saw what work list is, we did work assignment as well. So now just to give you information, the procedures which you have created, right, they will be appearing in the procedures column here. So if you click on either routines or procedures, you would see that particular procedure in the list. So depending upon what procedure you have created, I don't know whether it's 5 point, 6 point, you would see it in the list. Also the routine which you created, if you go to routine, you would see it in the list. So that data is saved commonly in 4Sight, and you can reuse that. Yeah, so meaning you can reassign it to different assets as well. So we saw that. And you if you have to create a routine or a procedure, you can create it from this screen as well. So your technician will not have rights to create it. You will have to use the administrator for that. So go back to the admin window. This is the admin user. And if I go to procedure, then you would see the actions button enabled here for the admin user only. Yeah, procedures and actions. Then you can add a new procedure the same way as we did before. Yeah, it will show you the same screen, proportional or switch, and then you define the points, and then you can create procedures. So I won't do it now. It is just for your information. Same for routines as well. You can create new routines. It's the same screen as before. So that is about routines and procedures. Now let us talk about test equipments. You would be using a Genie, right? So all the test equipment data you would see under this particular section, test equipments. So it will tell you what are the instruments that you have. Is it a DPI 620 or maybe a pace module or a 611, 612? All the calibrator data would be present here. So in order to create a new calibrator, it is same concept as assets. What you do is you go to test equipment management, and you then select the location where you want to create that instrument, same as before. So you will probably see another plant here called NRL plant. In your case, you would see location 1, or you can straight away create it in under the plant itself. So for this particular plant, maybe it's a good idea to uh, create it under the plant so all the locations can use it. Yeah. So we'll say add a equipment. Okay. So now you have to just give a name for the equipment. Do you have a Genie with you at the minute? Or are you going to try it?
Yes, yes, we already have it. The power.
Yeah, you would just need a USB cable, yeah, for that.
Okay,
It's a no. Yeah,
we will now connect the device to the PC.
yeah. You don't have to connect it right now. All you need is a serial number and a model. That's it. So if you
Okay,
turn the device, it should have a serial number, I think. Or
okay,
if you power it up, even then it will have. Yeah. So
okay.
whatever the serial number, you can enter it. I'll call it DPI 620G. Yeah, you enter the serial number. You don't have to tell me. It's just for because later on it would validate against the serial number whether it's the device or not. So you select the instrument type as drug, and you select the right model. Now, is that a normal Genie? Yeah, it's a normal DPI 620G, not the IS one. It's a normal one. Can you show it on the screen?
This is the IS one.
Oh, it's the
Can
IS one. Okay, it's the yellow. Perfect. Yeah, those select IS then. Yes. Yeah, yellow one. Yes. So you will have to select DPI 620G IS. So it's intrinsically safe unit. Perfect. Now, purchase date, you can add a date when you purchased it. Maybe what it's a tentative. I mean, you don't have to be exact, or you can leave it same as today's date. If you have the calibration certificate on the Genie, then it will tell you like the calibration date. So in the box there will be a certificate. Maybe you can use that. Uh, and then or leave it today's date as well, that's fine. And you can change the calibration interval to 365. It's 1 year, isn't it? 1 year we calibrated the Genie. Firmware version, you can leave it blank now. It would automatically read it later on.
Okay.
Asset ID. And yeah, all you have to do is assign a owner, which is typically the administrator. But if you have to change it, then you can give a different number. Now, if the Genie has a certificate, that certificate would have a number on it. So you can put it here if you want to. It's not compulsory. Just for a traceability purpose. Yeah, so you have a number and then you create it basically. So you have a Genie created. So if you now click on open, you
Okay.
can see this
Can you
Genie.
show the create? Can you show the create device again?
Yeah, sure. So you go to
Uh,
asset management first,
just edit the
select
last.
the,
Just edit the last one because there was one field that is not showing in our PC.
yeah, is the analyzer field. Yes,
Yes, yes,
ignore that.
analyze.
That is a yeah, that is a custom field. Ignore that.
Okay, okay.
So yeah, I'll tell you about that in a minute. So we have an option to configure some custom fields. Yeah. And if you have to do it, you can do it under system management, and under system management hardware, you can go to test equipment section on the right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, and here we have these 4 custom fields. So define custom fields for test equipment. In my case, I have ticked analyzer value and ticked display. That's why it's showing. For your case, it will be empty at the minute. So that is optional. If you want to add any extra data, right, for your instruments, then you can create those extra fields and just tick display and it will start showing up. Yeah. So I'll take this out now just to avoid any confusion. So now if I remove this, you will see that that field is gone now. It won't be there. So if I open my 620 Genie, uh, then see that field is gone now. So I have exactly the same fields as yours. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So have you created the device? Yeah. We
Yes, we have created.
perfect. Yeah. So I have this is the non-IS one which I'm using. Yours I think it would be similar. So if I go to NRL plant location, yeah, this is the Genie IS. So this is what you would have. Perfect. Now we have created the test equipment. Now I talked about manual calibration. Yeah. Now, is there any scenario where you are using other instruments? If so, then you can create them under system management first. So system management, test equipment, and then you create the manufacturers here. Like I have created test, third party calibration. I'll update this THIRD, third party standard. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to give third party. You will actually enter the name of the standard. Let's say if you have any Wika instrument or something like that, or maybe a Fluke instrument, you will create Fluke in here. And then you will create the specific model numbers for that. So I've created primary, secondary standard. You can create 745, whatever standard. Yeah. And then once you do that, then you will see those in the list. So currently you can only see drug, right? So once you add the data here, you would start seeing them in the list. So these are the drug instruments that we have created already. If let's say tomorrow drug comes up with new instrument, we'll already add them in the list. Yeah. So this is the test equipment management. Yeah. So let me go back to you. So we saw about test equipment, we saw system management options. So before we do calibrations, yeah, quickly let me see if I have missed anything. System management is simply, if you have to do any configurations, like maybe enter any new manufacturer, enter new model, enter new device type. So by default, the priority and device types in here, yeah, they are predefined ones are there. So you would see critical, high, medium, low as standard priorities. If you need new, then you can add new priorities like I have created reliability, safety, P1, P2, P3. It's entirely up to you. Same for device types as well. Asset types. We have a predefined list of asset types already entered, but you can click on add new and create your own type. Yeah, so it's any instrument you have. Maybe you can call it as sensor. Yeah, and then you would have the sensor created. So if you scroll down, I have a sensor created. I have a multifunction calibrator, analyzer, alarms. test temperature elements. So any different specific gauge, you can create a pressure gauge, maybe for example. So this is just a configuration stuff. Same for assets and for test equipments. So for test equipments, it's a little bit more configuration. So you can create a third party instrument like I have created, third party standard. You can create models, primary, secondary, and you can create custom fields here. Also, you can add uncertainty ranges. Now, I'm not sure whether you use uncertainties, but if you are interested in measurement uncertainty, which is typically used for, let's say, if you are a pharmaceutical company, or maybe if you are a food and drug company, then you need uncertainty calculations. So what you then do is you select your third-party instruments, uh, select the model, and you add ranges to the model. So depending upon what function you use, you create functions. So this function, add function button is used for that. And then let's say if you are using a third party instrument for pressure measurement, then you select the type as pressure, you select the subtype as gauge or differential or what type of measurement you're doing, and you just add a range for that. So what you would do is you will select the whatever the range of pressure, maybe it's if it's a 70 bar range, then you would do 0 to 70 bar. You would add a working temperature of the device. This data you would normally find on the third party instrument specifications. Yeah, so you don't have to follow it. It's only in case if you need. So it's minus 10 to 50 degrees, for example. And you add a resolution. And this is the data which you need. You need uncertainty, which is usually defined by the instrument manufacturer. So I'll put 0.02 and I'll put a constant error of half a degree. Yeah, that's a fixed error. So for not half a degree, sorry, half bar. So I put an error of 0.5 bar because my unit is bar. Yeah, for this particular instrument, and then you create the range. Method is measure because I'm going to measure pressure. Yeah, and then you create such functions. So what 4Sight2 then does is whenever you use this instrument, right, and this range, 4Sight would take this value 0.5 bar and take this value, and it will give you a total uncertainty of the calibration. Yeah, I will show that in the demo that we are going to do, but this is just for your information. Also, since you have installed the software, at some point, if you haven't got the license file, we will give you a proper license file based upon what you have, which model you have purchased. So we have three models. We have light, standard, advanced. This one is advanced, which I have. The difference in advanced is for advanced, all the features are enabled, as you can see here. But for light and standard, we have only some of the features enabled for those. Uh, and of yes, so that's the license option. So we have a, if you are an admin user, you get a button to upload the license file. So whenever you get your license file, please upload it here. And then we have global policies as well, which is one of the features. And what this does is global policies allows you to configure certain settings. So if you are a organizations and your technician would like to approve the calibrations by himself and he doesn't want to send it for a second approval, then you can check this policy to technician only. By default, the policy would be technician and approver. So what that means is every calibration that is performed by a tech, they will go to the supervisor or approver for the second approval. That is the default policy, but you can change that if you want. Same is with test equipment. Let's say if your genie is out of calibration, yeah, it has crossed his calibration due date. Now by default you can still allow user to use the genie, but for some reason if you do not want people to use out of cal instruments, then you can click deny use. That means they will not be able to use any instrument which has crossed the calibration date. Yeah, so all the instrument are within date, all the instruments are calibrated properly. Yeah, so that is the policy. You can change that. And once you select though, please click the update button so that the policy gets updated. So I'll leave it for now, allow use. uh, so these are the policies. I'll leave this also as technician only update. Yeah, And yeah, that's the system administrator. Reports is where, this is important. This data gets published on your certificate, yeah, under reports. So what I would suggest is you give the correct information here, like for example, company name, your contact details, contact email. So what would happen is once you generate a certificate, this data will be presented on the header. So if I show you one example, so this is one PDF. This doesn't have any header. Sorry, I'll use another one. Yes. So this information here, the information which you see in the header, yeah, this information is what you enter on this screen here in 4Sight2 here. Now you can add two logos as you can see here. One is the company logo, and if you want to add another second logo to the report, you can do so. So one logo will appear on the left, other will appear on the right. Yeah, that's the default setting which we have. And these are the details that you enter here. It's not compulsory. So if you don't want to enter any information, you can simply leave it blank. Yeah. Okay. Are you guys following?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So that's it from the configuration side. So we have covered these many points here. So we also saw system management options. We saw test equipment management, resources options. We saw we created a user, routines, procedures. Now let us try and perform one calibration. So yeah, let us go to my technician window now, where we have already assigned one item. So if I go to technician, yeah, so I have more items, but you in the work list, you would have one item here for the technician.
One item.
Yeah,
Yes, we have one
so
item.
yeah, yeah, just for the sake of calibration, what you can do is first I'll show you a manual cal and then we'll show you a portable cal, two options. Yeah, so click on work list and then select the range. And then here we have calibration types. Yeah, we have three methods, as I said, manual, portable, and automated. We'll start with the very basic, which is manual. And I'll select manual calibration and click on send. So this range is now assigned to manual cal. So if I go to the calibration option now, click on manual cal, you will see one item in the list. Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Yes. And then now what it's telling you is now we are about to do a manual calibration. So you can see the workflow here. First step is setup. Second is set environment. And then we do an as found test. And you can also perform an as left optional test. And then summary. 5 steps. First is instrument selection. So what I'll do is for input measurement, what instrument I'm going to use, you just have to link them. So let's say in your case, you would have Genie created. Yeah. So just select Genie. But in reality, what would happen is you would create the third party instruments and then use them, yeah, in this workflow. So select the one from your list. For output measurement also, we'll use the same instrument. So select the other. Sorry, I'll select 5.
So,
Yeah, uh, that's fine. It doesn't matter actually. It's and then yes, you can select multiple instruments as well. Yeah, so if there is any situation where let's say if you are using a pace controller, yeah, pace controller are drugs automated pressure controllers, so they would give you the right pressure output. So in this case, sorry, I think in this case, the best example would be dry block. So if you are having a temperature bath or a temperature block, yeah, to control your temperature, then you can also select that as an input reference. So I would put dry TC165. This is one of our dry blocks. You will not have it in the list because you haven't created it. Yeah. So
yes,
you would have to create it first. So the point is you can select multiple instrument as input. and you can select multiple as output. For output, there's also one option called observed. Yeah. So what that means is you are actually not using an instrument, but you are visually looking at the result and recording it. That's the meaning of observed. So let's say if you have a pressure gauge, yeah, and for a pressure gauge, you will source the pressure using some pressure, but for output, you will actually look at the gauge and take the reading, isn't it? There is no any instrument. So in that case, you select as observed. But because this is a transmitter, what we would do is we would use Genie to record the milliamp automatically. So that's why I've selected this. And what you can do is now you see the notes and warnings which we have added. You can see them in the list here. So this is for the technicians. It will help them to perform the steps that they want. And then we'll start the calibration. We just need to confirm the serial number of the device. So this is the temperature transmitter. So we confirm the number, and we'll set this particular data here and start the calibration. That's simply what we'll do. Now we are doing a manual cal. So you can set the environment variables here. So if you this is the ambient pressure, ambient temperature, and ambient humidity, relative humidity, and then you start entering the value. So what you will do is you will source 0 degrees, and you will take the output from the transmitter and enter the value. It will be 4 degrees, 4 milliamps, and then 4Sight would calculate all the values. So you can manually enter the data. So that is the manual calibration. It's 11, 12 actually. Yeah, yeah. So 100 degrees would be 20 milliamps, yeah, because it's a 100-degree transmitter. And you go on entering the data. So again, I'll go to 50 degrees, record the readings 9.8, and go to 0 degrees and record my milliampere. And then if you see here, it will populate your graph. So this is the graph. It goes to 0, 50, 100, again 50, back to 0. Yeah. Yeah. So just to give you a little bit of, so this is the manual calibration workflow. Now, the reason why uncertainty is not calculated is because we haven't defined which range we are using on the Genie. So all you simply need to do is you click on this box and you select, okay, I'm using a DPI 620 Genie, and on a DPI 620 Genie, I'm using 0 to 200 degrees, or rather 0 to 850. Yeah. Uh, that range I'm using. You click yes. And for the output, what you select is I'm using DPI 620 and I'm using this range to measure the output, and you click OK. And then you would see 4Sight calculates uncertainty. So it will tell you, yeah, this is the total uncertainty for this particular test point, for each test point. And you can see here basically it's as we go higher, the uncertainty increases. As we go lower, the uncertainty decreases. Yeah. So maybe this is not relevant to you guys, but this is just one of the key features that we have. It is mainly used by labs. So if you are a calibration lab, then you have to have uncertainty data. And the way we do this is we record it on the graph as well. So if I show here, this bar represents uncertainty. So we are saying for this particular point, the uncertainty is plus minus 0.1119. It's this figure here, yeah, plus minus 0.1119. If you can see here, that's the uncertainty here, which is this particular value, plus minus 0.119. It's for every point we note this. Yeah, you can just zoom in, by selecting the location. And if you have to reset, just double click anywhere, it will reset to the original state. And then you can actually zoom in section of the graph, which is it's quite good actually. You can see the data in pretty closely by this. And then that's the manual calibration feature basically. Any questions? Yeah.
Yes, I have one question. The uncertainty edit option that you are showing, it is not enabled in our PC. So, what would be the reason?
Yeah, maybe it's because you haven't got it enabled in the license option. Which license have you on the license page? What does it show for you?
Right now, we have not received the our purchase license. We are running the demo license.
It should be enabled then. It should be because can you check on the license page if uncertainty is enabled here?
Yes, it is enabled.
Okay. Now, right. Okay. Do you see the edit box here?
Uh, there is icon, but it is disabled.
Okay, it's disabled. Genius. Okay, you can't see the ranges. Okay. What instrument have you selected for input output? Is it Genie? Yeah, Genie IS.
Yes, yes.
It would be on the previous screen. Okay. Right. So what we can do is let me just click on next so that this gets saved. Uh, so yeah. Now what might be the problem is yeah. Let me use the same instrument as yours. Let me check. Genie IS uncertainty. This is the Genie IS that I'm using. This is the serial number. And let me do it again. So I'll do manual cal this range. Yeah, I'm using a different Genie. Maybe that's why. Let me cancel this. You don't have to do this, but yeah, this is just a. You can cancel the calibration using the cancel button. So I'm going to do it again. Go to assets, go to work list, select and assign it to manual calibration, just as before. Manual cal send, and then go back to my calibration screen. Manual cal. Select the instrument and then add this particular Genie IS. Genie IS. Next. Yeah. And then now just click next, next, and you would be on the as found page. You select Genie IS. Yeah. Uh, okay. Now can you see this option? You should be able to see this option.
No, we restarted the calibration, manual calibration steps as you demonstrated, but it is still not showing.
Is this gray?
Yes, it is grayed out.
Okay. It's interesting. Yeah, we'll have to check why that is. Okay. One question might be,
Uh,
have you
can you
select?
show again, can you show again what steps did you follow after canceling the manual calibration?
Yeah, sure. So I'll cancel it again. Go to assets, work list. Yeah, work list. Then select this
Yes.
and then go to the calibration type manual
Okay.
and send.
Yes.
Yeah. And so one range is sent to manual calibration. So if I go here, select manual calibration, and I'll see this item in the list. Yeah, you can see so far everything good.
Yes, we are following.
Yeah. Okay. So now input is the DPI 620 Genie.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And did you select output as well?
Yes. All the same device.
Okay. Can you tell the range of the device? What is the range?
Input range is 0 to 100 degrees C and output is 4 to 20 milliampere.
Okay. Linear temperature. Okay. And then you click start. Yeah, and you just confirm the serial number and you click.
Yes.
Okay, one reason might, yeah, understood why it is. Yeah, with me 1 minute. I think I'm using a different asset. Let me use the same asset that you guys are using. So I think the one which we created is temperature transmitter. Yeah, just bear with me 1 minute. I'll use the same one. So I think the range was 0 to 100. Uh, temp trans, where it is. Yeah, PT1. PT1, yes, this is the one. So this I'll send to tech admin assign. So now if I go to my technician, I should have one more item there. Sorry, not tech. Okay, yeah, this is the one. Manual cal. So I have two items now. This is the one which is matching. Yeah, one reason why it might not be showing is because we haven't selected what temperature type it is. That's why it's not showing. Yeah, is it like this? Yeah, it's not saying no uncertainty data is available. Yes, the reason for that is in the range, what we have done is we haven't defined the temperature type, whether it's RTD, PT100 or not, because otherwise Genie doesn't know which RTD probe is being used. So what we'll have to do is go back to the admin screen and click on the range.
Range.
Yeah,
Assets.
so yeah, assets, range.
Yes. Okay. First
Yeah,
one range. Range for technology. नीचे.
yeah, and then go to actions and click
Sorry,
edit.
sorry. Only three.
Is it not allowing you to edit? Yeah, it's because yeah, the calibration is in progress. So what you'll have to basically do is go to technicians and cancel the calibration. Just cancel it. So yeah, any calibrations pending, you will have to cancel and then go back and then you should be able to edit it. So if you go to the admin page and then click edit, it will open up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So now we are on the edit page. Just change the type to RTD and then define 0 to 100.
Start point and point 0 to 100.
Yes. And then this will allow you to define a probe. So use PT100 and select 4.
Okay. Point three. Point three. Okay. And next is probe type. Probe type. PT100. This first one. Number of wires. Number of wires. 10 power 3. That's 0.5, 0.3. Okay.
Okay.
This
Yeah. You click update. So it will save the data. So you can see the probe now here. Once you update it, is the right one. Yeah. So now once the data is saved, we'll go back and just repeat the steps. So go back to your technician window and we'll do the calibration again. So same as before, manual calibration, send. Yeah. And then you select the instrument, same as before. So we select our DPI,
Yes.
set environment. Yeah. Now you can see the options.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's my mistake actually. I yeah, we can you can do a normal temperature, but then Genie doesn't support that because Genie doesn't know how you are measuring the temperature. So what Genie needs is Genie needs to know what type of probe you are using, because the uncertainty is actually associated with the probe. Yeah. So if it's a PT100, it's a different uncertainty. If it's PT1000, it's a different uncertainty. So now on the Genie, we'll select the Genie range, right? And then on the milliampere, we'll select the milliampere range, which is fine. And then you start entering the data. So 0 and so
Yes,
50
yes,
is it would be 20, something like that. And then and 100 degree will be 20.
मिलियन की रेट सेट करो क्लिक करेगा माइनस 20 प्लस 20 ठीक है ये तो फिनिश करना 11.97 okay. Yes, we are now getting the uncertainty values and the graph as well.
Okay, yeah, that's good. So this is yeah, I mean, we have manually configured uncertainty, but when you'll use Genie, Genie will automatically do it for you. So that's also another plus point. So now we have recorded as found. You can click on continue, and then it will give you some options. Like you can either go to summary and complete, or you can do optional as left, or you can just copy as found to as left as well. So three options are there. If you go to summary, that means if everything is passing, then you don't have to perform as left. So you would just click skip to summary. So it would go to the summary step, which is last step, and you can then see the data here, and then you can add your comments here, and then
Calculation done.
complete the calibration.
Yes, calculation done. Calculation done. I complete the calculation. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is the end of the calibration then. Now to look at the data, what we have to do is go to assets and click on the range name. Just click on the range.
Yes.
Yeah. And you should see the data coming up. Yeah. The latest calibration data. Yeah. This is a different range. You will not have any trend here because it's the first asset that you have calibrated. However, what would happen is every time you calibrate, it would then plot a graph, add a graph there, and then you can see the actual trend of the calibration, like how it is performing. These are some of the past calibrations that I have done, and it is telling me these are the failure scenarios. This is failed, this is failed, failed, failed. This is my error line is here actually, and you can see every time we adjusted the asset. So this is the purple graph is as left after the adjustment has been performed. Yeah. So it's a good indication of historical performance. How good is this temperature transmitter performing over the years? So you can get this trending information as well. Yeah, and it
Yes.
will tell you what instrument you used, what comments you gave, uh, and so on. Now you can, yeah, if you want to look at the previous data, then you click on this box here, and then you can select the last calibrations. You may not have anything in the list. Yeah. So once you would do the more calibrations, you would have find the data in the list, something like this. So this is the case where we could, I've calibrated as found, as left. So here both as found was failing. So you can see this is an interesting graph. As found failed, but the asset was adjusted, and then as left is passed. So you can see two graphs here. This is a failed, this is a passed. So this is an example of a simple manual cal. I mean, regardless of whatever method you choose to calibrate, the data will be represented exactly the same way as you can see on the screen. And you can also generate a PDF report. So if you go to actions, generate report, uh, you by default you will only have one template here. So just click generate report. I mean, in your case, it will automatically generate. You can see the PDF report on the screen. So this is the data. So you can see the header information, asset details. You can see the graph, and you can also see the data. So in my case, I have performed both. This is a previous calibration where I did both the as found and as left. So you can see two. In your case, it will only show as found test because we only performed one test. Okay. Any questions so far?
No, it's clear now.
Yeah. So now let us do an or portable calibration. Now, for the portable cal, yes, you will need a USB cable to connect your Genie. So I'm using the cable. It's a normal uh, cable with just this connector. The one which we use for Samsung phones, the one, not the new ones. I think it's Type B. Yeah, you need.
So already got the cable with the calibrator.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
No, that's USB A, I believe.
It's
Type
A.
B
Yeah.
is for the printers. The
Oh,
mini
yes,
A.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mini A. Mini A.
The
Yes.
Nokia one. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Nokia one. Yes. So connect the calibrator. So I have my calibrator connected here. So I've just powered it up. And let's do a sample test. I mean, do you have any asset that, I mean, you don't have to.
But you're breaking.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm using a sensor, yes, as a device under test. You might not have this at your end. That's fine. So this is my RTD sensor, and I have connected the sensor to my Genie. Yeah. So in this similar way, you will connect your assets. Like if it's a transmitter or a sensor or a probe, then you would use it. So yes, this channel one, this is CH1 is channel one. This is used for RTD. So I've connected RTD here, input, and this is channel two. This is used for milliampere. So I'm measuring milliampere on channel two. So that is my setup. I mean, depending upon the test, you would use Genie in a multiple different options. Yeah, it's a multifunction calibrator. So you can use it for pressure, temperature, frequency, all sorts of different measurements, thermocouples, resistance as well. So now what we'll do is once you make the connections, yeah, if you have connected it to your computer, then we can start. Just let me know.
We are powering on our calibrator, but after The dashboard showed for some time, but the screen went blank. So we are trying to figure out what's the issue.
Okay. Well, you have to connect the power cable. Maybe the battery is low. Check the battery. So if you have a IS, right? Uh, the IS battery, well, you can't connect the you'll have to check. So on the battery, right, there is a symbol here. If you can see, there is a
Yes,
small.
we already checked battery level from the button, and it is showing almost 50%.
It's 50%. Okay. Now, what might have happened is then once you connect the charger, right, make sure you tighten the screws properly. Otherwise, if there's a loose contact, then it might just turn off. So once you connect it, right, just make sure that these are tightened. These so these connections are tight. Yeah. So sometimes what happens if the battery is it's not connected properly, it might turn off. That's the only thing why which I can think of. Yeah, my won't work because I don't have any charger, so I'm using a normal Genie.
Okay, so now we have turned on the calculator and connected to Windows.
Perfect. Yeah. Couple of things to make sure. Go to once you see the dashboard. Yeah. Go to devices and make sure the settings is communication here, as you can see.
Yes, it's communications.
Yeah. Can you go to status menu now on the dashboard and check the software build? Status software build.
Yes.
And yeah,
This version should I tell you? Application.
application. Yes.
Yes. DK0420 version 3.16.
16.02. Yeah, you may have to update the application because the latest one will try it. If it works fine, otherwise you will have to just update the application on the Genie. Yeah. Ahead we can help them. Yeah, I mean how to update the firmware. If you can send some instructions across.
So I think you got the equipment later last year, right?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
I think you got the equipment later last year. Maybe we have got a firmware update, right, Prijot?
Yeah, we have definitely have. So mine is 19. If you can see, they have to be at least 18. I think if they have to use 4Sight. Let me check 1 minute. If I go to 4Sight admin guy and then under the help, you have user manual or installation manual both. If you click user manual, in the user manual it mentions the version number that 4Sight needs. We can check that. So here, DPI 620 Genie IS. Yeah, I will need 18, at least 18, 3.18.47. Otherwise, it might not work. So we'll have to update it before we can use it, I think. No problem.
Okay.
Okay, let's at least I'll show you how to do it, and then you can follow the steps from the video. That's fine. We'll install the drivers and at least get it communicating. That should be fine. So yeah. So now what we'll do? Go to the if it's connected, go to your technician window. Where's my technician? Yeah, here, and the work list. Assets. Is there anything in the assets you want?
No,
There'll be one item.
right now there is nothing because the last item we already calibrated.
Calibrated. Okay. So it's gone from the work list. Yeah, but it will be present in assets, I think.
Yes, it's in the assets.
Yes. Yes. Now click it and add it again to work list. So it will go to the work list.
We are getting an error. It says job has already been allocated for calibration.
Okay. So go to the calibration then and cancel it. So it must be under manual calibration.
No, there is nothing.
No. Yes, yes, yes. I know what happened. Go to administrator because we completed the calibration, right? He needs to approve it. I think in your case, you have that policy enabled. So if you go to admin window, go to calibration, go to manual cal, and you will see one item there.
Yes.
Yeah, click on that item, and all you have to do is click next, next, and approve it. So click next, next, and give some comments there. And then complete the calibration.
Okay.
Approved. Yeah. And then approve. Yes. So yes, this is the second approval step. So we did not do that. But yes, you'll have to approve it. The supervisor needs to approve it. Then it will be complete. So now if you go back to your technician, then you should see the item in the work list.
Go back to technician. Add to work list. Add to work list. Yes, so now we got in the work list.
Okay. So now we'll select that item, and this time we will select portable calibration because we are going to use it with Genie. Yeah.
Yes. Send.
Okay, that's done. Now calibration. You will see one item in portable list.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Now just to show you some more like options. The beauty of portable calibration is that you can select more than one calibration. So if I'll just for the demo purposes, I will show you some more. Cals. Okay, this well, I don't have access, I think, to okay, that's fine. I have both items here, so I'll select both of them for portable. So if I go portable, I'll see all. Now you can download any number of, maybe you can download 50, 100 assets at a time. So I'll select all. In your case, you have one item in it, so that's fine. You can ignore it, and then click on refresh button.
Select all. Select all. Tick. Check. And refresh.
And it will ask you to download the drivers. Yeah. So
Yes.
yes, click.
Unable to communicate with test equipment.
Yeah, and do you see the window saying download?
Yes.
Yeah, click download.
I can show you the picture. Please.
Yes, yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So in that window, we have to just press the download button.
Yes.
Okay.
So what we are doing now is we need a drivers to communicate to Genie. So because I have already installed them, that is the step which you are performing now. So you'll have to perform it.
Okay.
Okay. So there will be a zip file that comes up. So extract the zip file once you download it.
Yes.
Yes.
And there is a setup file.
Setup file. Yes. Double click setup.exe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Just click next, 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 and install. Once you accept the license terms, just click install.
okay.
Yeah, it will take some time, one or 2 minutes maybe to complete the setup.
Yes, and the setup is running and now it has completed.
Okay, click finish. Now there will be another window open up called install tool after
Yes.
you finish. Yeah, and that would also complete the installation. Yeah, let it finish.
Okay.
So it's installing the drivers for Genie along with other drug instruments as well. So yeah.
Okay, we are waiting for the installation to complete.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it does take some time. Yes, it's installing all the driver files for all the instruments that 4Sight supports. So it just takes time. So are you going to use it on this computer itself, or are you planning to use different laptops?
Right now we have another computer
Yeah,
in which we installed the software, and we are using it just for test purposes right now. And maybe this
okay,
PC will be used, and uh, other we also set up because we have
perfect, perfect.
total 5 users
Yeah,
left.
got it. Yeah, yeah. So in that case, what is going to happen is the software, right? You will only install it on the server. You don't have to install on all 5 computers, but the driver you'll install it on the computers because the instrument would be connected to the individual laptops, isn't it? The users. So every computer that you want to communicate with Genie, you have to install the drivers in this manner. Yeah.
Okay, on other computers, we just need to use the address to access 4Sight2.
Yes, yes, yes. But the drivers you will need to install. The
Okay,
drivers, yeah. So for accessing 4Sight2, it's fine. You can just use the address and you will run. But if you want to connect Genie to the other computer, that computer needs to have the drivers, isn't it? The USB drivers. That's the reason. Yeah.
Okay, about the version of Genie, is there any procedure to update the version? How can we do
Yeah,
it?
so yes, what we'll have to do is you have to download it from the website. I'll send you the link now. Uh, so if you go to Druck 4Sight2, uh, I'll send you the link in a minute. So it's there in handheld process calibrators, multifunction instrumentation. Yeah. So this is the Genie page. So the 17th September, and then we have revision 80, and then we have 7th December. I will take this one, copy link, and I'm going to add it in the Teams chat. Yeah, so if you download the zip file on the Teams, then that would give you the latest. Yeah, it's going to take some time to download. I think it's a big file. It's showing 1 hour at my end.
Direct in screen. Okay.
So once you download the package, right, you have to extract it, and there is a folder called AMC. You just copy that folder onto a USB stick on the root, and then yeah, I mean we can send the instructions. So then after that, on the DPI, you just if I share my camera, you have to go to advanced, and there is an engineering pin I think for that you use, and then you click on application and upgrade it. So it will tell you confirm. Are you sure you want to upgrade? It'll if you click yes, then it will tell you to insert the USB and reboot the device. So once you reboot, it will automatically pick the upgrades. I'll click no at the minute. It's really easy. It's not that hard. So has the installation completed?
It is saying the COM server is not running. Please update port numbers.
Okay, COM server is not running. Please update port numbers. Yeah, click on update port number. There's an option there. Change port
Wait,
number.
port numbers, yes.
It's changing now, is it?
STD port in use. Please pick another.
Okay, so what you can do is change the port numbers to 9001
Okay.
and 9444. Yeah.
It is not going, not giving any error for HTTPS. Right now, it is only giving for HTTP.
Yeah. So what's the HTTP port at the minute currently?
HTTP is 9001 and HTTPS is 9444. Oh, okay. We have changed on your request. Before changing, originally it was 9000 HTTP
Yeah.
and 9443 HTTPS.
HTTPS. Yeah. Okay. Right. What you can do now is now if you click on change port number, what error it is giving?
Change port numbers. Okay. So with the new HTTP port 9001, the progress bar has completed and there are no errors now.
Okay. Perfect. Now what you have to do is on the 4Sight on 4Sight, go to admin page because you have changed the port, right? We need to configure them in 4Sight. So on the admin page, go to system management.
Admin, system management, yes.
Test
Okay.
equipment.
The last installation window, it is giving the finish button. So should we do it?
Yeah, click finish. Yes.
Okay. Yes, finished.
And test equipment. Go to admin window, test equipment.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, and you see configurations tab there below.
Configuration.
Yeah, change the port there to 9001
Okay.
and 9444. Here, so first is 9001, second is 9444, and click update.
Okay. Yes. Successfully changed.
Perfect. So once the go to the technician and on the same window, right? Portable calibration, click refresh button.
Still saying. Okay. Okay. So right now the calibrator is giving this status. Can you see?
Yeah. Can you take it a little bit behind? Yeah, I think okay. It's in the calibration. Click on. Oh no, it's in the heart mode. You need to exit. Click on. Is there a close button somewhere? I think you are in heart menu. You need to exit that. Uh, is there any button to come out of the heart menu? Like close or anything like that?
Now okay. I press the back button and right now it is
Perfect.
on
Yeah,
the.
it's back. Yeah, perfect. Now try. Yes. So what should happen is, if you see my screen, right? This is the screen. Now, if I click on the refresh button, right? Let me open this overlay here. So the minute you click refresh, you should see like a little bar come up on the genie and it disappears then. So if I do it again, you can see this little bar comes. That shows that it's in communications mode. It's talking to the genie.
It is saying remote mode.
Yes, correctly. That is correct. So remote mode is connect. So now what happens? Now you'll see in the drop down, you will see the genie now.
From that, okay, okay. When we are selecting our device, it is saying outdated firmware.
Yes, exactly. So that means now the communication is complete. You just need to update the firmware on the device. So the application firmware is old, it's saying. So the minimum firmware you need is 19, as we saw right earlier. And your firmware is old. So once you update the firmware, then you should be able to select the device and download the test properly. So as you can see here now, what it's doing is it's actually on my screen. I have the latest one. So Genie is now checking, okay, what calibration date is present, and it will read the data from the instrument and update 4Sight accordingly wherever required. So yes, we'll have to update the firmware now on the Genie. Are you downloading the firmware now? Are you downloading that package?
We are not downloading right now. Okay. Maybe we can do
Yeah,
it now.
you could do it, but it's going to take time. That's what it's going to take time. What we can do is we'll well, you can update the firmware later on and then try 4Sight. Anyways, this meeting we are recording, so we'll send you the recording. You can refer it. Yeah, I'll show you how to do the download upload.
Okay, so it is saying 7 to 8 minutes are left.
Okay. Do you have the USB stick with you?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So we can wait then.
Okay, so the speed is very good. Maybe it will take some 3 to 4 minutes more.
Okay. Yeah. Just checking the latest firmware. Yeah, changes. So the latest changes is Crystal AE 9th November 2020. So this is probably the latest one. Yeah, I'll just be back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. What you can do is once the download is complete, right, extract the package. So make sure you right click and extract the zip and copy the AMC folder onto the USB stick. Yeah, just keep that and we can then update it. So on the root of the USB, you need to copy the AMC folder, which is there inside the package.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just be back in a minute. Just give me 1 minute.
यूएसबी से लाइट इसका करना पड़ेगा सर यूएसबी में जरूर बैटरी होनी चाहिए ये तो इससे कनेक्ट होगा इसमें कहाँ लगेगी डायरेक्ट डायरेक्ट अच्छा तो बाकी भी वैसे ना ज़्यादातर बॉडी यूएसबी डेटा फॉर्मेट विंडोज वाली अच्छा मैं अपनी यूएसबी डिस्कनेक्ट करता हूँ मैसेज नहीं आया लेकिन यूएसबी डिस्कनेक्ट हो गई है तो निकाल दें हाँ हो गया फॉर्मेट कर देता हूँ उसको मैं क्या ये ले लेंगे ना फॉर्मेट कर देता हूँ मैंने सब ये नाम ले लिया ताकि अगर उसमें डिटेक्ट होगा तो वॉल्यूम ये भी आना चाहिए जी ये इसका तो मालूम AMC फोल्डर
Hello, I'm back.
Yes, we have copied the AMC folder to the USB.
Yeah, okay. So now all you need to do is go to the calibrator main screen.
Main screen.
Okay,
The
1 minute.
USB should be
This
connected to the calibrator.
no, this you have a IS version. You don't have a USB port on IS. So
Okay.
what you have to do is, let me check 1 minute. I think the instructions for IS is a bit different. Hmm. Yeah, give me 1 minute. Desktop. Genius. Mm, yeah, give me 1 second. I think for Genie, the instructions which I had are for Genie. For Genie IS, it's a different. Can you connect the Genie ISA into storage mode? I think you have to copy the files onto the memory stick, onto the internal memory.
This option should be used. Settings.
Let me just check.
Yes, when we go to devices and USB client port, there is a storage device
Storage
option.
device. Yes, that's the option. Yes. Select storage device, and then you would see a folder open up on your computer once you connect it via cable?
Yes, there is a drive that is installing
Yeah.
Genie US mass storage.
Yes. Open that once it installs.
DPI 620 can also. Yes, DPI 620 folder. We have opened it.
Yeah. Inside that, what do you see? What files do you see or folders? Is there
Uh,
an AMC folder somewhere?
which folder? AMC.
AMC
There is no AMC. It is data HCF install logging data and there is an Excel file DD list.
DD list. Okay. Yes. Bear with me 1 minute. I'll just confirm. You have to. As far as I know, you have to paste it somewhere. I'm just wanted to confirm whether it's the same folder or you have to paste it somewhere else. Let me check 1 minute. I have my notes here.
Okay, in the install folder, there's an AMC folder.
Okay. Okay. Just 1 minute. Let me confirm that. Yeah. Let me check again if it's should be there. In 4Sight manual, it should be there. User manual installation steps. Yeah. Firmware minimum versions. Intrinsically safe unit. Yeah. Maybe. Yes. Software upgrade and firmware upgrade. Create the unit software. It's page 29. Okay, I'll download this. It's better. Yeah, it's there in the user manual. I'm downloading it now. I just want to cross check whether we are doing the right steps. Software firmware upgrade, dashboard status, software build. Yes, we did that. Instrument.com website will contain zip file, contain application hearts, and yeah, follow the website instruction, download the zip file, add the DPI, select dashboard devices, client port, select storage. Yeah, we did that. Connect to USB. A removable disk drive should appear containing a folder named install at the root location. Yes. And at the PC, if the removable drive does not include install, create a folder called install zip file for each file name.
Maybe we can perform the upgradation steps later, and we can just go on with your PDF.
Okay, yeah. I'll just, yeah, it's there in the Genie manual. Uh, just a minute. Yeah, you know, the problem is the manuals are a bit old, so they have, I think, changed some folder structures.
Okay, so
If we can
you
give
can
you,
share
yeah.
the latest manual to us on the email ID, and we can perform the upgradation stuff by ourselves. And if there's any issue, we'll let you know.
Okay, sure. I think we can do that. Yeah, I'll send you the instructions. So currently, it's, you can see the AMC folder under installs.
Yes, there is
Yeah.
an EM folder under
Yes.
install.
Now, okay, yeah. Just a minute. Yeah, one of my colleague is online. I'm kind of confirming him. You copy the folder.
I'm sorry, guys. I do have to move now. I have some doctor appointment. So if you need anything from my end, just feel free to contact me, please.
Sure, sure. Yeah, what we can do is, can you override the AMC folder? Yeah, inside the install folders. So the install folder is on the root, right? On the US, on the drive.
Yes, install it in the root directory.
Perfect. Yes, and inside the installs there is an AMC folder, right?
Yes.
Yeah, override the folder, please. So copy it from the package and just override the AMC inside install.
Okay. Let me just.
Yeah, make sure you extract the zip package, yeah, first.
Yes, it's already extracted. Okay, so we are now doing the override operation.
Yeah, yeah. Yes. So once the override is done, right? So it's simple. So I'll guide you how to do the upgrade. Yeah, you usually this is not my area, but yes, I thought maybe let's give it a try. Yeah, we have firmware support for Genie as well. So, but that's fine. We can do it, I think. Yeah, because once we do it, then you guys can use 4Sight with Genie. So that's only my aim.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It will take about 16 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. It would take some time. There are a lot of folders, files inside AMC.
It is saying that the destination has 1,176 files with the same names. Replace files in the destination or skip these files. Let me decide for each file.
Replace. Yeah, it should replace the files. Yes.
बढ़ा देना टेम्परेचर बढ़ा देना हाँ है ही कुछ तो मुझे बात है अभी ऑफिस में अच्छा जॉब होगी हाँ हाँ भाई हाँ 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 अच्छा तो मतलब इन्होंने ये किया कि बेस हटवा के और पहले बेस करते हैं और एयर कहाँ से हाँ वो कहाँ से अच्छा अच्छा सही है। अच्छा तो सही है चलो ठीक है और बाकी अब ये वाटर ट्रैवल सब उसी कंडीशन में अच्छा ठीक है अब इंस्ट्रूमेंट अपनी और सही उसी कंडीशन में है मतलब अभी कुछ निकला हुआ नहीं है सब लगा अच्छा चलो ठीक है हाँ अच्छा अच्छा तो मैं बता दें कि सब एरिया में ठीक हाँ अभी कंटिन्यू हो रही है तो देखते हैं फिर इसको किस तरह से हम आगे कंटिन्यू करते हैं नहीं कुछ लोग हैं अभी तक ये हो गया Okay, the AMC folder has copy of this has now completed.
Okay, it's completed, yeah, the copy.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now disconnect the USB cable from the computer and from the instrument.
Okay. First, maybe it is saying safely remove the hardware from Windows.
Oh yeah, yes, do that, yes. Sorry, yeah. After copying, it's better to do that, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and now you can connect the cable.
Okay, disconnect from PC.
Yeah,
Disconnect. Okay.
disconnect from PC, yes. And then now if you go to the Genie screen, go to advanced option.
Okay. First, we also need to change the USB client port mode.
No, that should be fine. That should be fine.
Okay, leave it in switch mode.
Because we haven't upgraded yet the firmware. We are now upgrading. We have just copied the files.
Okay.
Yeah. So that should be fine. As long as you don't have a cable connected to the computer, that's fine. Otherwise, it will create a problem.
Okay.
So disconnect the cable. Now go to advanced option on the screen.
Yes. Advanced.
Advanced, and if you can see my screen, enter pin 5487.
5487.
Hang on a minute. I think let me confirm that once. Yeah. Okay. Now, once you go inside, you can see application. Click on application.
Yes.
And click upgrade. Yes.
It is saying battery level too low for upgrade procedure.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, you'll have to charge the battery. Yes, it might take long.
Okay, the
Okay.
almost 40%, but still it's showing battery level is too low.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need that much, but it's just to make sure that it doesn't get interrupted while the upgrade is performing. Usually, upgrade doesn't take that long, but still, I think as a safety net, they have added the check so that the device won't get corrupted if it shuts down in the middle of upgrade. That's why. So what I would recommend is the steps now. All you have to do is follow the steps. Go to advanced. You can probably make a note of this. Go to advanced menu on the screen. Enter pin 5487
Yes.
and then go to the application, the first menu, and it will show you a pop-up saying, do you want to upgrade? Click yes. That's it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And what it will tell you is it will ask you to reboot the device. Once the device reboots, the upgrade should automatically start. You will get a small window on the screen, and then it will see a progress bar saying 1%, 2%, 3%. And that's how the device will upgrade. Now, once the device is upgraded, I will show you what to do in 4Sight2. So all you have to do is everything is installed, the driver is installed properly. You just connect the instrument back to, yes, make sure you remove the storage mode and make it to communications. Yeah, again on the instrument. Otherwise, 4Sight won't work. You can probably do that now if you want to.
Okay. Okay. Change to
Yeah,
communication.
yes. And now what would happen is once you click refresh on the 4Sight, once you upgrade the firmware, you should be able to see the device and select the device as well. Yeah, and it will show you like this device is connected. Now it will ask you for some details like, okay, confirm the number. If the details in 4Sight do not match the details on your DPI, then it will tell you to update the details. So just say yes, yes, yes for those pop-ups. And then finally you go to continue. And on this screen, what we are going to do is now basically, these are the two tests that we have, and we will send it to our portable, our DPI. So I'll click send force transfer. Now, if I see show you the screen for where's my camera? Yeah, so these are downloaded now. So if you see here, if I show you, these are successfully downloaded. And if you go on the device main screen, you will see a menu. Once you upgrade the software, there will be a new menu called 4Sight2 procedures. Click on that and you would see the tests that you downloaded. Now, these are the tests that I have already downloaded before we did the test. So you can see here, this is the file name on the screen. The same file name will be present on the DPI. So we'll run the test TT1449. So we just go to DPI, look for the file name TT1449. This is the test. Yeah, you can see here, this is the test. So if I click on the test, it will tell you, yeah, location is this, input, output, number of points 3, test tolerances, serial number, all the data would be on a DPI. Yeah. So even ambient temperature and all. So now what you will do is ideally you will disconnect, take the calibrator with you in the field and perform all the calibrations one by one. So click next. These are the warnings. These are the pre-calibration notes, and you start the calibration. Now, once you start, it will tell you to make the connections. Once you make all the connections, then you will see here that it's now doing the calibration for you. So 0 degrees, it should give me 4 milliamps, but it's giving 4.12. Yeah, because this gene is not calibrated. So it's giving a little bit off results, which is fine. I will save the data. Now for 50 degrees, at the next point, it would 12 milliamps somewhere. Yeah, so you'll see this diamond. This little diamond will start moving. So it's going there. 13. I'll take the results. It's not giving the correct data because I don't have the right setup. Yeah, this is 20, which is fine. So once you do the test, it'll ask you to add the comment. So I'll select asset failed. Okay, and then my test is complete. Now you can also do an as left if you want, but I'll leave it for now. Close it. There's one more test that I have. Yeah, I have downloaded two tests. So this is the first test. Second, I will run one more test just for the sake of this calibration, just to show you again. So 4Sight2 menu, see the list of tests. You navigate to the tag that you want. The tag that I'm looking is TT10047457. Yeah. So go back. I'm just gonna scroll through the list. Let me check again what's going on there. Okay, 10045. Yeah, somehow that data is not getting downloaded. Let me check what's happening. Yeah, 10045. Tag temperature transmitter. Okay, 0283. Okay. So let's do it one more time. So I'll cancel the calibrations. Don't want any. Yeah, I'll select them. Portable cal, and then we're going to download this. Select the G. So it would show me DPI. Yeah. Now there is an option called erase memory. Yeah. Now as you see on my screen, there are a lot of tags. Yeah, it's almost full. So if you don't want to keep old data on your DPI, all of these tags that you see in the list, yeah, we have an option to erase the memory as well. So I'm going to do that now. Erase memory. Yes. So Foresight would clear all the data for you. So if I show you now on the DPI, you would see there's nothing in my list. Yeah, it's empty. So no files are sorry, no files present. Now let's download these tests. So continue and send to portable calibrator. Okay, so we should have two tests now. So if I run here, I have only one. Some issue with the test. Yeah, it's because of this. Okay, perfect. Let me do it again. There was some space issue which I was getting. Portable cal. Or yes, portable cal. Select again. So this data has already been downloaded. So you can override it if you want and download again. If I send it, it will tell me that, okay, do you want to override this? I'll say yes. Okay, so now should see two tests. Yeah, so two tests are successfully downloaded. One is TT1, one is TT100457. It's a bit blurry, but you can see this. So let me run this. So this is a 5-point test. You can see here, 5-point linear test. And I have some notes here, and I will start the calibration. Now, once you would start the cal, it will automatically, depending upon your asset. Yes, this is my temperature transmitter, a sensor, and it is an RTD sensor. So if I source 0 degrees, it would give me 4 automatically. So now it's, you can see both of them are in green. So I'll take the reading, and now automatically it will go to next set point, which is 50. So I have 5 points here: 0, 50, 100, 50, 0. So it's going to go up and down. So that's my point number 2. I need to click this button to save the reading. So this button, it saves the reading and moves to the next set point. So third point is 100. It's not now giving me 20. So I'll take the reading. It's again going to 50 now.
Okay, is there any time interval that we can adjust that after how much time it should switch to next step? Because maybe the transmitter reading is not stabilized yet and it steps to the next test value.
Yeah, so there is no timer here because this is, but what it would do is it's up to you. So you can wait for the reading to be stable and then take the reading. Yeah, this won't happen automatically in case of transmitter. What would happen is you would take the transmitter to the next point, and there will be some delay, as you said. It's correct. So it will be some delay for you to get the milliamp reading. So maybe you can wait for it to be stable, because currently we don't have any delay mechanism in here at the minute. So you will have to manually, based on the technician's judgment, what he thinks is the right time interval, he can wait and then take the reading manually by clicking this button. So the point is, he will have to wait for the reading to come within the in limit. So this is the in limit set. Yeah, you can't see this, but this value is 5%, 5%. So this is the error tolerance. And only when the reading comes within the tolerance, then you can take the reading. That would be a pass test. Otherwise, it would be a fail. So I think you can judge based on that, the time it takes to come for the diamond to come within the in limits, right? That can be your timer.
Okay, can you show how you have set up this transmitter? Because we can only see the probes, but not the actual connections that are given to the transmitter.
Sure, sure. Yes. Now I don't have the transmitter with me, but I have a sensor, as I said. Well, it's gone off now. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah, I'll take the reading first and then show you the transmitter, because the wires are popping out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So my calibration is complete. I'll just click OK and save this. Yes. So this is my sensor. Yeah, it's an RTD sensor. So I don't have actually a transmitter. This is an RTD sensor. What it basically does is, it's a heart sensor. So it's a PT100 sensor, 385, 4 to 20 milliamps, 0 to 100 degrees. So basically, you source temperature using Genie, and the sensor would give you a milliamp value based on the internal table that it has. So it's kind of a mimicking the transmitter. So this is the it's a 4-wire RTD. So if I show you like this, it will probably make sense. It's a 4-wire. This is the input wire, 1, 2, 3, 4, and these two are for the current measurement,
Yes.
plus minus. Yeah. So what I have done is, the current wires. Yeah. Let me take this.
Is that
Yeah,
right?
it's a lot of wires. Yeah. Yes. So the current measurement, the black wire is going here. Yeah. So this is the negative current. So if you can see here properly, I don't think you can see this. Yeah. So this is the black wire. It's going here. And the red wire, this one is going here. Positive current, negative current. So on this channel, it is measuring current. And on this channel, the green and blue wires, these are going to my input. So these are going this way. So what I've done is I have actually connected both wires together and then connecting one lead out of them, rather than connecting four separate leads for four wire, because this is a four wire RTD. So there are different RTDs. I mean, for accuracy, you can use two wire, three wire, or all the four wires, depending upon you can see the numbering there. There is a numbering inside 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have kind of short both of them and connecting each lead. So I've converted it to a two wire here. If you have all the four separate wires, then you connect it here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
These four are for RTD. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the setup basically. And what 4Sight is doing is if I run the procedure, if I even go to the main screen, I think you should be able to see that. So main screen, this is my milliamp, this is my current. And then if you, yeah, the connections are out now, so I don't think it will work. Yeah, it's working now. So if you see here, 4 degree at 4 milliamps at 0 degree. So if I go to 0 and just increase the temperature, you will see my milliamp reading is increasing now. Yeah. So it's giving me, so if I do 50 degrees now, it would go me 11, 12 milliamps.
Yes.
Somewhere more or less in that range. So that is basically my test. So this is the test that you see on the screen. So, and we are testing it at different points. So this is the probe that is like PT100, 0 degrees, 11. And if I go 100 degrees, it will give me 20 milliamps ideally. So this is the normal calibrator function. What 4Sight does is 4Sight actually creates a procedure, downloads it, and the same configuration, it would run it automatically. You just have to take the output reading when you are comfortable with. That's the advantage which you get. So if I go to the test again, this is the test that we did. As found is pass. Go again. Let me do the other test now. The one which we created. We created a tag called RTD and run that. This will fail because I have given a tolerance very small, 0.3. So my Genie is not calibrated to that tolerance. It's a demo unit, so that's why it's going beyond the set error tolerance by small percentage. So this is first point. It tells you at the top here, go to 0 degree. So this is my 0 degree. And if I then change the point right, it will also give me an error. It will tell it's out of point because the test is at 0, but I'm actually sourcing 2 degrees. So it's telling me it's error. It's gone red. So if I take it down, if I take it down, then you would see this value. So it's just coming down now. So this is now in adjustment mode. So I'll take this reading, go to 50 degrees. It's taking some time. Now it's moving. So as long as it's 50, I'll take a reading and it will go to 100 degrees Celsius. 18, 19. 20. So I'm stable now. It's taking the reading. Yeah. So I'll click OK. Okay. So I'll complete that test. So we have two tests done now. I'll open the results. You can see the results are adjust and pass. And if you open this now, you'll also see the results. So if you scroll down, you will see as found was done on 9th, 12, and it will show you the data on the Genie. So this is the data, input, output, and what are the error spans. So if I scroll down, you will see also a graph here with the values. So that's the test. So I'll exit the procedure. And now what we'll do, we'll upload the tests in 4Sight. So I'll click receive. So it's going to now take all the data back up. So the data is received now. So we'll close the calibration. And this is the review button. Yeah, just keep this in mind. So once you click review, you can check the data. This is the actual data. If you can see here, this is the first test that we did. Uncertainty is automatically calculated, and all the data is automatically been pulled by Genie. So this is the advantage between manual cal and auto portable cal, because portable cal you don't have to manually enter any data. Everything will be done by the Genie device. So you have all the data, even the comments are pulled up, so you don't have to enter it again. So all you do is complete the calibration. Same is with the second one. This is the second test we did. So this is the result. So if I go to my Genie, you can also check the data. So you can cross check the data. So this is the test we performed. It's an adjust, and it's a 3-point test. First point is 0.45 error. That's the data here, 0.449. And then the point number 3 minus 0.34 minus 0.336, 0.03, 0.025. So this is the data for the 3 points. You can see uncertainty is also calculated. This point is the first point, which is in adjust zone here, and it's uncertainty bar. Yeah, this is the test. So you can probably skip this and complete the calibration. So this is the portable cal, which is one level up. Now we have a third option called AutoCal. Now this automatic calibration is a real-time calibration. So what you do is you connect the devices to 4Sight, and 4Sight will control the calibration in real time. So this is the most integrated feature of all. Well, I don't have the complete setup, but I'll show you one video which we have. So this is the same asset. It's a temperature transmitter, and we are connecting it. We are using a dry block to control the temperature. And this is the video that we have created. So on the first screen, well, similar to other calibrations, we have like 5 steps, same steps: setup, set environment, as found, as left, summary. On the setup page, what we do, we connect the controller. So this is my dry block. And I'm going to use dry block to source my temperature reading. So you can see the live reading from the temperature block. Yeah. And I'm going to use Genie channel 2 to measure the milliamp. So you can see this. Sorry, let me go back a little bit. Yeah. So this is my setup, and this data is coming straight from the calibrator. Okay. So the live readings on the Genie you can see on the screen using this method. And once your setup is done, on the next page, you can still see the live readings. This is where you give settling time. Yeah. So you know the timer which you were talking about, that timer you can specify here in automated calibration mode. Yeah. And once you give the settling time 20 seconds, start run, 4Sight would automatically, you don't have to do anything. So it would go to every test point one by one. It would automatically take the output reading after 20 seconds, and it would complete the calibration. It would also calculate uncertainty if that is enabled. So this is fully automated. There's no manual intervention at all. the system runs by itself, and you can see the live readings also. This is one of the advanced options that we sell with the advanced package, and especially for calibrating transmitters. You know what we call as a loop calibration, yeah, end-to-end loop calibration. This is the best feature for that. Of course, you have to bring the transmitter in the lab, connect it to the Genie and temperature block, and connect them to 4Sight2, and then it would control by itself.
So is this automatic calibration possible in case of cluster transmitters?
It is possible, yes. Yeah, it is possible. So both for pressure and temperature. The only difference for pressure is you would connect a pace device, because pace, we use pace for controlling pressure. So let me share with you that video as well. Let me see if I have it. Uh, Pace calibration. Yeah, so this video, if you can see, is the same video, but for pressure calibration. So we have a 0 to 5 bar gauge transmitter, and I'm selecting pace 6000 to control pressure. So same concept. My pace 6000 has two ranges. So I'm going to use 10 bar gauge because this is 5 bar sensor. And you can see here the live reading from pace is 3 bar here. And for output again 620 Gini channel 2, same as we saw earlier, it measures the milliamp. So the setup is done. And this is the pace setting. So you can select whether it's vents, controls, settling time, what is the slew rate and all. And then once the settings are done, you start. By the way, the settling time here is 5 seconds. Yeah, so we have already defined it. So it would ramp up to the point, wait for 5 seconds, take the reading, go to the next point, wait for 5 seconds, take the reading, and do it for all the points. And you can see this here, the graph gets, it's a live reading graph. So you will see the graph gets populated for every point when the reading is taken automatically. So we have 2 points on the graph. Now it's 3 points. You can skip the point as well, which is good. Let's say if you don't want to go to higher pressure, you can skip certain points. You can redo the last point, abort the test. So you can see the live readings here. It would vent itself, yeah. So that's why it's released all the pressure now. So you can see it's a 4-point test. I mean 5 point, but we skipped 1 point. So you can see 4 points in the graph. And then you complete the calibration. It will record what pace was used, what module is used, and Genie is used. So that's the automated calibration feature using pace controller. Uh, are you aware about pace controllers? Have you heard them before? Pace or maybe dry blocks?
Yes, we have the dry block temperature calibrator, but we do not have pace. Instead, we have hand pump and pressure station.
Right. Okay. You can still use this. You can still use this. In that case, what you would do is you'll have to do it in a semi-automatic way, which is still okay. But the drawback is you have to enter the data manually. Yeah. So what you do is, let me see if I have a pressure asset. Yeah. So this is the pressure 5 bar gauge. Yeah. This is the pressure sensor which I have. So I'll select this Ruby guy, assign it unauthorized because it belongs to a different plant. Yes. Okay. Okay, that's fine. What we can do is, yeah, I'll use a different technician. I think that asset is assigned to a different user. That's why it's not allowing me to use it. Yeah, So this technician has 20 assets. This is the pressure asset, automated cal. So automated cal scenario. So this is the pressure mode. So ideally it would, we have a manual entry option as well. So if you have a hand pump, you select it to manual, you create the pump in 4Sight first and then link it. So you have to create the pump as a test equipment and simply select it from the list. So these are the list of all the pumps. So let's say, for example, this is your pump. So I'll select module 1 and this is again manual entry. So you will select module 1, for example. And then for output, you need Genie. So the reason automated cal, we call it auto cal, is because we either need an instrument on the input side or output side. Both can't be manual. Otherwise, it's a manual workflow. That's the reason. For output, I'm using DPI 620 Genie channel 2. So you can see the live reading from the channel. If I show you the Genie is now in remote mode. If you see the bar here, and it's reading 21 milliamps, isn't it? So that's why it's been, that's the reason I can see a 21 here from the Genie screen, 21.783. So it's a live reading that's coming from my Genie. Yeah. So what you will do is you would manually enter the pressure readings, but your Genie will automatically record the milliamp output from the transmitter. Yeah, that's the setup that you do. So you go here, you set environment, uh, you start the calibration. Now it will tell you once your hand pump reaches 0, you enter 0, and then your Genie would automatically take the reading. Now it's a wrong reading in this case. Yeah, so that's why, because I don't have the transmitter connected, it's giving me 21. If I take this out, then because I set, before doing this setup, I set the temperature. That's why it's giving me 21. But in your case, it will read the actual milliamp reading from the transmitter. Yeah, so it will give you the correct value. In this case, because I don't have the proper transmitter with me and pressure, it's giving me wrong value. So you would enter the data here. For this, you would enter 5 bar, 2.5 manually, and you would also enter 0 bar manually. And then this is a semi-automatic mode. Yeah, so you're not using pace, but you are using Genie. However, ideally, I would recommend pace, because pace automatically pumps pressure, so you don't have to worry about it. You just get the right range, set it up and run it. It would automatically do all the calibrations, 5 points, 10 points, it doesn't matter. And it's quite fast. So pace is, it's one of the fastest controller out there. It would do it in seconds time. So as you saw in the video, you just have to define the points and everything once.
Okay, you just showed that we have to input the actual value by ourselves. Is it possible that we are generating the pressure through hand pump, and our GB reads the pressure input by itself and also reads the transmitter value at that moment? I mean that we are manually generating pressure through hand pump, and the actual generated pressure is measured by Genie, and also the transmitter response is measured by Genie.
Let me check. Let me check that if it's possible. It might be possible. You need a. Okay.
Yeah, we have this module carrier.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We will connect the modules into it. So maybe the actual pressure sensed by the modules will be transmitted to the Genie, and in this way, our inputs will also be automated.
Yeah. So let me check whether module channel selection. Okay. Okay, P1 is not configured here. Let me check. So custom. Yeah, manual entry, DPI 620 Gini. So I have set pressure channel on P1. Let's see if that will work. Okay, that's fine. Range unit bar does not make. Yeah, I think should be possible. Why not? Custom pressure. The unit is bar. Oh yeah, I don't have a. Hang on a minute. Just bear with me. I have to get a pressure base because I don't have a module carrier. 1 minute. I'll be back. Okay, let's see if that's possible. So I have a pressure base. I'm gonna mount the gene because you need. I think you need the right. I have. Yeah, it's reading 0 bar now. Let's see. No, it's not possible. I think currently we are getting some error in module selection. So it's saying unit does not match. I don't know what that means. I have set the unit correctly. So input measurement, output measurement is the same Genie. Source. Yeah, the reason because here it's showing me the pressure sensor here, but again this is milliamp, but it's not showing me it here. I don't know why. Maybe some problem with that. Yeah, it's not currently possible. We'll look into that, why it's not allowing. Uh, okay, I'm getting some sort of error there. I'm not sure. Maybe is it because I have a temperature configured on my Genie or something like that? Yeah, I think it needs a controller. That's the reason why it's probably not. So, yeah, it has to be in source mode. So if I, yes, the input measurement has to be in source mode and output is in measure because you're sourcing something. And in that case, because pace controller source pressure, that's why it works with pace. If I select function as none, but pressure, let's select source. Yeah, you can't source pressure on Genie. It's always in measure mode. That's the reason why it's not. If you are going to measure pressure, then you can do it on Genie. It has to be done here if you are measuring it. So yeah, you hear pressure channel one. So it is actually detecting the pressure sensor in the measure mode, output measurement. But Genie cannot source pressure. That's why it's not allowing you to select it as an input measurement. I think only pace controller can source pressure. So that's why we need a controller if you have to do it in fully automated mode.
Okay, in case of dry block temperature calibrator, what will be the settings for automatic calibration?
What will be the settings? Yeah, okay. For settings for dry block, you select the dry block here. So as the video, let me show that again. So you connect the dry block via USB cable. Make sure you have a USB cable for that. There's a special USB converter, RS2, RS4852 USB converter, and then you connect it onto your computer, and then you will see it in the list here. So select controller here and the controller as input measurement because we are using the internal sensor on the controller to measure the input and output. It can be either temperature or it can be milliamp depending upon your setup. Now in this setup, I'm using channel 1 on Genie to measure temperature. You can use channel 2 on the Genie to measure milliamp as well, depending upon your test. This is the setup.
This great.
Yeah. Okay. That's it from my end, guys. I mean, let me check if we have any other items in our list. Yeah, we did see the setup for Genie, download, upload test, review test, generate calibration report, Excel export and data migration. Well, Excel export is just wanted to show you that we have under system management, we have option called database, and you can export the data that is present in your 4Sight. You can also do it now if you want. And that would just create an Excel export of all the asset data. So like this. And if I open the Excel, you can then see that in the Excel sheet, you will see the assets, tags, ranges, which are there. So you can see here all the tags and the plant's parent node where they are present, all the devices. This is the entire device data, asset ID, device ID, serial number, all the data is present here. And on the range page, you will see all the ranges. So input, output, unit. What are the, if it's a temperature, then what is the RTD probe selected? If it's electrical, all the tolerances, everything is there in this sheet. And you can then use this to create more data and upload it in 4Sight2. So that is something which, if you are interested, we can have a different session on that. Uh, but just wanted to give you an idea of this. We have this Excel import. Uh, there are some limitations though. You cannot enter calibration data. Yeah, this is just to create assets. So just to create instruments, sensors, and all of that. So maybe give it a try. Now that you have created one asset, right? You would see that in Excel sheet. You can copy paste that in the Excel, change the serial numbers, change the parent node. See, the important thing is to linking, yeah. So you need to understand where to put it, where the parent is. So for example, if I give you the example of your own asset, we created a plant called NRL plant, location 1, location 2, and you need to link it properly. First, create the plant and location in 4Sight. Then you can create assets. So for example, what I can do is in this particular Excel sheet, save as, NRL example, desktop, I'll save it. And what I'll show you is basically, I'll show you one quick sample. Let's say under NRL plant location 3, it's currently empty, right? And location 3 doesn't have anything. So if I have to create new assets under location 3, what I will do simply is I will change the parent to location 3. Yeah, copy it. This becomes location 3. In fact, I can do it for everyone. Okay, just to save time, I'll not want to create all of these assets here. Delete. Yeah, so we have these assets. We'll create under location 3. On the device page also, we will create similar data. So all the NRL plants will keep them. The rest of them will delete. So yeah, this is my data. All I'm going to do there is replace this with 3. Yeah, because I want to create under location 3. Yeah, this linking is important. If you get this linking right, then everything will be right. You are getting what I'm trying to do here? So under my location 3, I will create these tags. Under these tags, I will create these devices. So for the devices, the tag becomes parent. So you can see plant location tag. Now for the range, my device becomes parent. That's how you link them. So on my range, if I select range, let me just delete this extra data here. If I go to just the NRL ones, delete. Then for my range, these are my ranges. My parent would be plant location tag and device. So that's how we link them. So what I'll do, I'll just copy paste this. I'll replace location 1 with location 3, and I'll replace location 2 with location 3. Replace it.
Mr. Export can in serious package can import project and have application of the user assignment but non location tax and device. Use C4 to the following
It's yeah. Now all you have to do is yeah, make sure the data is correct. So if you want to change the manufacturer model, you can change them. You change the serial number. So maybe I'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as serial number because these needs to be unique. So that's the reason. And then once you do that, let us go. You can see right the under my plant location 3 there is nothing at the minute in 4Sight2. It's empty. So you can go to database, import option, and this is the template. If you want an empty template, you can get it from here. But we already have one, so I'll create choose desktop. We just need to find the file now. This is the NRL example. Yeah. Now, if there is any error, yeah, the error will be present in the file itself. So we open the file and you will see if there are any problems in the Excel sheet. So it will tell you actually that this is wrong, this linking is wrong, it's not working, it's not created. So let us see what the problem is. No issue on the tag. No issue on the device. Maybe some error on the range page. Yeah, some error on the range. Okay, what it's telling me. Range name already exists. No parent asset found. No parent asset found. So range name already exists. Let me just check which range it is telling me. It's this range. Oh, row number 7, 8, and 9. So for 8 and 9, we'll check what is the problem. So for row, okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we have some extra. Okay. Okay, this is it. 7. Delete. Okay. So row number 7, Gruby Lester plant. It's a range name already exists. Fine. No parent found. No parent found. So for this range, there is no parent. In this range, there is no parent. 174, 174, 177. What is the parent for this? 163. Let me go back. There is no parent. There is no parent defined by that name 173, 163. So what we will do simply is we will 10, 11. Yes, we will delete this. Now let's check 185, 188, 191, 194. Yeah. Okay. 188. Uh, Perfect. This is okay now. Shall we try it again? We have corrected the problem in the Excel sheet. So this is what I said. It's not straightforward, but once you get the data right, it will upload everything in 4Sight for you. So all the assets that you have in the instrument, you will get it uploaded. You just have to spend some time, get the data right in the Excel sheet, and that will save you a lot of efforts. Yeah, so it's complete 100% export complete. Go to your 4Sight2 location 3. You see all this data, tags, devices, ranges. tags, device, range. Everything is populated. Yeah. All you have to do in 4Sight is now open the range because 4Sight doesn't link the routines. So you have to edit it and link a routine based on whatever routine you have to put 1 day, 5 day update. That's it. Yeah. So this is the Excel export import feature. It's yeah, we are kind of working on it, but I thought maybe it might be useful for you guys. That was the last point on my list, guys. So I think yeah. Apart from that, we also data migration
I have
services.
one question about the import function. Can we create new locations and assets and devices in Excel and then
You
import?
yeah, you can create devices but not locations. That's what I mentioned earlier. So in the Excel sheet currently, we only have ability to create tag, device, and range. So you can create them. Yes, you can create new and but in order to upload, you need to link it to existing location and plant. Yeah. So
Okay.
plant and location should be created beforehand in 4Sight2. Otherwise, it wouldn't know where to put that tag.
Yes.
So what you do is you go to 4Sight, directly create plant, directly create locations, and just use a greater than sign to define the path. So you can define the path here. Enterprise, plant, greater than location, greater than unit B. So that this is the path. This same path you have to use to link your asset. So as you can see in the example, what I said is 4Sight2 created these new tags under this location. That's how we linked them.
Yes.
4Sight2 created this new devices under the new tags. Yeah. So this is the mapping. So this is the tag name. This name is defined in this Excel sheet here. Now for the range, the path is plant, location, device, tag, and device. That's the path for the range. So that is how 4Sight then links together. It would first create all the tags under location 3, then create device under the tags, then create ranges under the devices. That's how it knows how to link. Yes, but you can't create locations and plant in the Excel sheet. You have to create them before. Yeah, maybe we can improve that later on as we go. But locations are going to be less. A plant is only going to be one or two, so that won't take much time. The major chunk would be your tags, isn't it? Because tags are one location can have 100 tags, so that would save you a lot of time, I think.
Yes, clear. This clear now.
Okay, that's it from my end, guys. I mean, I tried to cover all the topics. Maybe it was probably a bit too much, but yeah, let us know if you need any more help. I can get in touch, or maybe Ahead can get in touch. Atik is also there, and his team is helping you guys as well. Let us know, and we'll share the recording with you. We'll find a way how we can share. It's a big file. It's a 4-hour recording, so let's see how it goes.
Yes.
Any other questions before we leave?
Yes, apart from this main session recording, can you please share the other videos that you demonstrated to us during the session?
Sure. Yeah, we can share that. Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
one question I have about the heart communication. This
Yeah.
this genie is a heart communicator. So, can you just demonstrate the heart communication function with the connected sensor that you have right now?
Well, the problem is I don't have a heart feature on my Genie. That's the thing. So I don't think I'll be able to support. So let me check if I have heart library. Yeah, maybe it has. Yes. Now I to connect device. Kind of. Yeah. The thing is, I don't have any hard device to be able to show you. That's the issue. Mm, Maybe what we can do is we can schedule one more session for that. That would be okay because currently, I'm working from home, so I will try to do it, or maybe I'll ask one of the other application engineer, Oinda, she looks after the portables. So she can probably give you more better overview on Heart. That's okay.
Maybe you can only just share a video about heart communication, and that will be enough.
That would be enough as well. Yes, yes. Let's see. I'll try and get the video from the team then. So basically, you want to know how to connect an heart instrument, take the reading. That's it, really, isn't it? Not anything. What kind of instruments would you be using? Heart is
Yes, almost all are heart communication based.
okay. Yes. Do you have any models in mind, like Rosemont maybe?
Yokogawa.
Yokigawa. Okay, yes. No,
And
because yes, we just need to make sure whether it's there in the Heart library. It should be there. We update the libraries every 3 months. So, but any recent instruments might not be there. That's why I asked. Yokigawa is definitely there. I'll try to ask, get that information from you. That's fine.
okay, okay, one question about the license installation.
Yeah.
We have purchased the calibration system, but we have not got any license, either not on the USB that we have got. It only has the software and drivers, but not the license. So where can we
Yes.
get the
Yes.
license from?
We'll have to see the license generation process is like this. So on the USB you won't get the license, but once you install it you have to send us the hardware ID, and then we'll generate a license, and the hardware ID is present on the license page. So if you go to 4Sight, go to license, you need to send us this string, this hardware ID, this entire string, and also copy entire data. This is a fresh installation, right? So there is no any no upgrade from previous releases, isn't it? This is a fresh installation. So just send us the hardware ID and send us the purchase order, so we know what item you have purchased, and we'll issue a license accordingly.
Okay. We have five concurrent users, so it means that we can install it on five separate PCs.
No. See, concurrent users meaning at a time 5 people can be connected to the software. That is the meaning of concurrent users. Now, what that means is you can still go to 4Sight and create as many users as you want. You can create 50 users here, but out of those 50, only 5 users would be logged into the system at the same time. That's the meaning of 5 users, concurrent users. Now, if you want other user to log in, one of the 5 users has to log out, and only then others can log in. Yeah, that is the meaning of 5 concurrent users. Now, see, this is how 4Sight works. Yeah, let me share this one thing with you. I mean, maybe that will help be more clear. There are two configurations of 4Sight. So this one, one is standalone PC, and second is client server mode. Yeah, standalone mode is simply you install it on one computer and access it on the same computer as you are doing currently. Yeah, this is the standalone mode. However, as you mentioned, you need 5 people. You will be using it in a client server mode. What that means is you install it on a server. Now, the server is nothing but any computer that's on the network. Yeah. Usually, server is a high spec machine because it needs to handle the load. But apart from that, there's no difference. You install it on a server, and all the other users will connect using their own laptop using the URL as you mentioned. They don't have to install anything on their machine. Yeah. Now, if there are more than 5 people that are connecting to 4Sight using their own laptops, then they can still use it, but at a time, only 5 would be logged into the system. Yeah. So that is the meaning of concurrent users. Now, if you need more people, more technicians who would be using the system at the same time, then you would probably have to get more users so that everyone can log in and use their own data. Yeah.
Okay. It means that license will be installed only on one PC in which
Only
the
on one
software is
piece.
installed.
Yes.
Okay.
So see, one license means one installation. So if you install it 5 times, you will have to get 5 licenses. Now that's not needed, right? Because each license will have its own database. So you will create 5 copies of databases separate. So no, that's not how you use it. You install it on the server and upload the license on the server itself, so that all the clients, they are accessing the same 4Sight. So they are adding data in the same database. They are taking the data from the single database. Yeah. So that's how it is. Now, if you are a multi-site organization where each site has its setup, then you would buy 5 licenses and each site you would install them one by one. But the drawback there is every site will be their individual database. They won't communicate to any other site. It will be their only one plant data on their site. Yeah, now that is a different configuration. I think for your case, it's one site, right? Your one site, one organization. So you ideally you need only one license. But number of users is changed definitely. If you need 5 today, you need 10 tomorrow. That would depend upon how much workload you have. Yeah.
Yes, it's clear
Yeah.
now.
No problem. Yes, send us the PO details. So the purchase order will have details about the users. That's why it's important. Uh, because currently the demo version comes with only 3 users. Uh, yeah, this one is 5 because I have uploaded. This is an advanced flavor. So advanced is 5. But if you have purchased standard, you will get 3 users. And so depending upon the PO, so PO will have the details of extra users. Have you purchased anything extra apart from the standard package? And while we generate the license, we will activate those features. Yeah, currently you can see all of them activated because it's demo version, because we want you to demo all the features, play with it. But once you upload perpetual license, you would only see those features that are enabled in the package that you purchase.
Okay, can you share the email ID in which on which we have to send the hardware details and the PO number?
Yeah. So send it to Groovy CC. Do you have the email of our or if you have purchased it via channel partner, right? Send it to them so they can raise a request to customer care. That is what usually we do. So maybe you can send it to Atik. Atik, are you there on the call?
Yes,
I'll
yes, I
just
am there.
Sure. So Atik, what you can do is get the hardware details and all the license details from Mustafa, and then you can
Yes, yes.
just email them to Groovy CC or customer care, asking them to
Mhm.
generate a new license.
Yes, yes. He will email me. Then I will generate the request from Groby.
Okay, sure. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. I think
Can
we have overrun. Yeah,
Yeah, can we take 2 to 3 minutes? I'm just checking a list, and if there are any question, I will let you know. Just two
sure.
to three.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have only one question that is about the dry block temperature calculator. In
Yeah.
the manual, when we are just going through it, we saw that there is a dry out uh, procedure for first starting up the temperature calibrator. So can you just elaborate about this requirement?
Can you tell me the requirement again? What procedure is it?
It is dry out procedure, like something like that.
Dry out procedure. Okay.
For first
Where,
startup temperature dry
where
block
is it defined?
will start manually.
Is it in 4Sight manual or is it in
Yes, 4Sight manual.
okay, 4Sight manual? I can check that.
No, sorry, not for 4Sight. It is dry block temperature calibrator quick start guide.
Quick start guide. Okay. What model are you using?
This is TC 650, TC 650.
Dry TC. Yeah?
Yes, dry.
Is this one? Yeah. This one, I think. Dry TC.
Yes, this one.
Tech specs. Downloads. Right for you. Data sheet. Yeah, I can't find anything in this one. Quick start guide, maybe.
शेयर कैसे करूँ मुझे वही देखना सेक्शन नंबर 5. You can see section 5 commissioning.
Section 5, is it?
Maybe your manual is a little different. We have the 650 model number. This is different, I think.
Right. This is KO451. Data sheet. Oh, we have data sheet. There's no user manual in here. Yeah, you know what best would be, can you send the, well, I think it would be best if you send an email. I'll get it checked from our team, maybe forward it to someone from the dry block team. I think they would know the answer. There's one question from Attic. I know it doesn't support 620C old version 1.5. Yeah.
Okay. 1.4 the because my demo version, because we have DPA 620 SC CE.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why I am asking this.
Okay. Well, the problem is we can't upgrade the firmware on that device. That's the
Yes, I
reason.
have tried. I have tried to find the new version for this, but I didn't find the That's the
Yeah, that's the
software.
reason. Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
we can't upgrade the software. That's the thing. And because there
So
are other options.
this is for sure that the DPA 620 CE is obsolete and no longer run with 4Sight.
Well, I'm not sure whether C is the old blue ones, isn't it? The blue
Yes, yes,
ones.
it's we have a intrinsically save yellow one.
Yellow ones. Yeah, I got it. Yes, but yeah, I'm not sure whether they're obsolete. But with Foresight, they won't work. They won't work for sure
Okay.
because, as you saw, right, Foresight requires certain minimum firmware, and the firmware itself is can't update. It's not updatable, and yeah, also you saw in the data sheet earlier,
Mhm.
uh, DPI 620. This, yeah, we can't. Well, we can't support the firmware on that. That's the reason. It
Okay,
won't.
okay, okay.
It's a nice instrument, though. It's a shame we can't use it.
Uh,
Quite old, though. That
Can
old
I send you
interface.
a screenshot of the manual in which
That
this
would be
procedure
good.
is?
Yes, yes, that would be
But
good. Well,
actually,
I'm assuming. Yeah, I'm assuming what it might be is dry out procedure. I think maybe it's applicable to liquid TC because liquid TC block you can use it in dry mode and liquid mode. So what the procedure means is basically make sure that it's dried completely because you can pour in silicone oil if it's liquid. So maybe it's applicable for that. But anyways, I'll confirm it. Send it to me or ahead, and we can confirm it from customer care maybe.
I want to share the screenshot right now, but actually, since I am running the Teams and browsers, I actually do not know where to send from. Can you guide me about this?
Well, okay. You can you see there is a button called share on your Teams here. So this is the share button. Once you click on this button, you will then on the bottom of your screen you will see certain options. Select desktop. That's how you can share it. Might be a bit tricky on the web because I have it installed. Or else what you can do simply is you can if you take a screenshot, just put paste it in an email and send. If this is that would be also easy.
Let me try. Chat में पेश करके देखता हूँ। इधर होगी। मेरा वाला है ना ये ऑप्शन आ गया नहीं मेरी नहीं है ये उसकी है वीडियो चैट yes, I have just sent a picture in chat. You can check the chat.
Yeah. Yes, it's coming up now. Yeah, commissioning startup procedure. The startup set point is T stat 20 degrees. Yeah, and no, this is basically what it's telling. If you don't use the block for a very long time, then there can be moisture inside the heating elements. Uh, yeah. So it's for startup set point 120 for a stop period of 15 minutes. I'm not exactly sure what it means. Maybe we can get it clarified. But basically, what I think is it's telling you if you're using it for a long time or you haven't used it for a very long time, then there might be moisture inside the heating element. So in that case, it's telling you to gradually go to a certain temperature slowly so that all the elements heat up properly. Otherwise, you will get inconsistent results. That's what it's telling me. So the drying out, I don't think there is anything specific as drying out procedure. It has to be assumed that calibrator is noted. Yeah, but we can ask the question, I think. So all you need to know is what is drying out procedure, isn't it?
Yes, yes. So we want to make sure that since we are doing it for the first time, so everything goes on smoothly, and
Yeah.
we do not make any damage to any equipment.
Yes, of course. Yeah, yeah. Uh, no worries. I think we'll get it clarified. We'll ask the team. I'm sure customer care must have answers for these kind of queries. They must be getting it all the time. But it's always good to confirm.
Yes.
Okay, I think yeah. Is there any other questions on Genie, 4Sight, or anything?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for this very helpful session, and it was
No
all very
problem.
comprehensive, and we got to know a lot of things about because since we have got this Genie revision
Yeah,
system for the first time, so
yeah.
this is very helpful for us.
No problem. Yes, we are happy to help. And yes, there is a learning curve, and hopefully, session like this, it'll help you get up to speed quickly. Uh, yeah, thank you for your time. And I'm sorry it's over. It's gone over the time, way above the time. So it must be quite late at your end as well. But yes, if you have any questions, any further clarifications, get in touch with us. We'll help you.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you then. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks, Atik, as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See
Bye.
you.
Goodbye.
See you. यार मैं चाह रहा हूँ इसका कॉपी हो जाएगा ये पहले कोर्स तो होगा टाइप लगा इसलिए करता हूँ वो जो बिल्कुल सही होगा मैं टी-शर्ट ले लो बाद में ये है के लिए पिक्चर तो वही बस ये नहीं हो रहा ना बस हुआ था चलो ठीक है शॉर्ट का अपन फिर यहाँ पे देख गया कहाँ तक करना है मतलब एक बार ही नहीं दो वाला है, ग्रीन पे दो वाला ये आ तो गया, कहाँ तक है? यहाँ तक है, जैसे बात करना